is basically the cross is the object of our faith in the new covenant, which we stand now, but it also represents the death of God's, quote, firstborn son, Israel, so that God begets his one and only son, Jesus Christ. And he's the firstborn among many brethren. So like what's happening here is that Israel is about to die, and Jesus is the embodiment of the nation. He's the sacrifice, but they're also the sacrifice that the Bible talks about. That says a sacrifice in Bozrah, it says, and I think in Isaiah. And the sacrifice is Israel in 70 AD, which happens, 40 years later. But Jesus says in John 12, most assuredly I say to you, unless a grain of wheat falls into the ground and dies, it remains alone. But if it dies, it produces much grain. So he who loves his life will lose it. What is he talking about? He's talking about the Jew giving up everything they know. That's why he says to the rich young ruler, oh, so you followed all of the law since you were a boy? Well, now I'm going to tell you how to become perfect. It's not really about money. So he goes on to say, he who loves his life will lose it. He who hates his life in this world will keep it for eternal life. If anyone serves me, let him follow me. And where I am, there my servant will also be. So it's like the cross is the door to which one would exit the old covenant and enter the new.
I agree. I mean, you probably didn't get to see my video, the actual video, but I used a picture for that John 14 verse, and in the background I had like a big door, and I kind of agree it's talking about a way, but then I also think in 2 Corinthians 5 that it kind of expands on where that door leads to being heaven, because it talks about.
Well, you've also brought up Lazarus and the rich man. I mean, my interpretation of that parable.
Yeah, I brought that up. Yeah, I don't think that we necessarily can use that, but I just brought that up as an example that if you don't believe in the second coming, then already happened, then you should really adopt soul sleep or the possibility of paradise and a good and bad place. One of those two. Whether you wake up and now here's the second coming, and that you don't really know anything going on, or you should adopt one of those two positions, I think. But
I don't think Jesus was talking about the ultimate place of the eternal state. I think he was talking about him going to the cross. They couldn't go with him, but they did have to take up their own crosses, and they would be restored afterwards. And what happens then? The Holy Spirit comes 50 days later after the resurrection, and bam, God is now residing with man, which is what he was talking about in John 14.
Well, if you read just these first four verses here, I mean, kind of how would you maybe correlate that with John 14 and, being the way and the cross and the door and all that?
I mean, I look at these books as two different, one is Jesus being, very elusive. He's speaking in parables most of the time. Now Paul comes along, and I think he's talking about something that's different.
I mean, he's talking about the same house, though, the Father's house, and that's what was
to be.
What's that, Tom?
Right.
In 2 Corinthians 5, you're just talking about the putting on immortality, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
That's more 1 Corinthians 15, but this is similar verses too.
Well, I say that because he mentions, where was it? I just saw here somewhere. He says, but clothed upon that mortality might be swallowed up the life. That's what 1 Corinthians 15 talks about.
That's why I think it's talking about our ultimate destination.
Yeah, it could be. It could be talking about the resurrection.
But I do see 1 Corinthians 15 as the end of human history. I see that as the bodily second coming with the bodily resurrection.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I'm just saying in 2 Corinthians 5, and keep in mind, like, I'd like to believe in soul sleep again, but I do. I'm not really convinced by like the physicalist interpretation of some passages. But I will say here in 2 Corinthians 5, I mean, I can see, interpreting like, the building of God, a house not made with hands, like that, just talking about the New Jerusalem, or like the, the new heaven and new earth, or something like that, hypothetically. I mean, like, I can see a couple different ways you could look at this, where like it's talking about the resurrection and the New Jerusalem.
Well, I mean, then it would depend on what you call the New Jerusalem as well. See, I see the New Jerusalem as the body of Christ in the new covenant before the eternal state. I see it as this gospel age.
Okay. Well, okay, fine. Would new heavens and new earth be a better term for you then, I guess?
I do
I'm just
believe
talking about
Look
the
at Revelation 21.
Sorry?
If we look at Revelation 21 and verse 2.
Right, yeah, that's what that's part of what I have referenced to. But Matthew, like, I'm just talking about whatever you call the consummated, like, state here on earth after the resurrection is basically what I'm getting.
right.
I mean, don't you see 2 Corinthians 5, like what Tyler was saying, verse 4 here, talking about, for we that are in this tabernacle, talking about the physical body, and then being burdened not for what we would be unclothed, but clothed upon the mortality might be swallowed up of life.
Yeah, I see that as talking about the resurrection, but I don't see it anywhere saying that we actually go to heaven.
Right here. It says in verse 1, for we know that if our earthly house of this tabernacle were dissolved, talking about the same tabernacle, in verse 4, we have a building of God, a house not made with hands, eternal in the heavens, not on earth.
Right. Yeah.
For in this we groan, earnestly desire to be clothed upon with our house, which is from or in heaven, however you want to look at it.
So that means you literally go to a place that has no physicality?
No, there's physical there. I mean, God's
Heaven?
physical. He's spiritual.
God is spirit.
No, but
I mean, I think of him as being a physical, that I'll be able to shake his hand. I'll be able to eat food with him.
With God, the Father?
Right. Uh-huh.
Well, God has a form according to Scripture.
I mean, we were made in his image.
Yeah, in John, he says that we'll see him as he is. But I was going to say that in verse 2, by the way, I think that also kind of answers it, doesn't it? Because it says our house, which is from heaven. So when it talks about it being in the heavens, it's talking about, like when Christ talked about how you have a reward stored up in heaven for you, right? Like the heavenly tabernacle, whatever you think it is, it's and this is another reason why I think that the tabernacle could also either be talking about our restored bodies, or it could be talking about the actual new heaven and new earth, because in Revelation 21 it comes down out of heaven. But it could just be talking about the tabernacle being stored up for us in the heavens. Like, it's another possibility.
That is definitely a possibility.
Cool.
Because look, I mean, Paul says in Ephesians that we are seated in the heavens. Are you actually there? No. So it can go both ways.
Yeah. Well, and that might not even be like talking about like the heavenly realm per se too. That might just be talking about being in a privileged position or something like that also.
Hey, Zach.
Hey, Zach, how's it going?
Yo, Tyler, what's going on, man?
Oh, just hanging in there.
Yeah, it's been a while. Good to hear from you, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm doing
signed
good.
on. Good, yeah, I was going to ask that too. And that's good. You feeling good, I guess, and everything?
Yeah, I'm just at home, just taking it easy for the next couple months.
Yeah,
but I'm good.
That's awesome.
I'm arguing with people on the internet again, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, no, I was going to say something too, because I've been seeing you've been writing a bunch of stuff again.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
good.
yeah. I did a lot of writing before the surgery because I wasn't sure. Like I was telling Albert earlier, I wasn't sure like if I was even going to be able to use the computer afterwards. You know, like thankfully though, I was really surprised. Like it's totally fine. I'm able to move around and walk and everything.
Yeah.
But I wrote like a bunch of stuff, and I even uploaded a bunch of videos on my YouTube channel because I was like, I don't know like if I'm going to be able to do anything else like for a while afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
But,
no, that's good that you're back to the old grind pretty much per se. With the computer work and whatnot.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's really, really good.
Good, man.
What's
Praise
your
God.
YouTube channel, Tyler?
Tyler _4 Truth.
Okay.
Yeah, so I guess you guys are just talking about, I guess, where are we going to go, heaven, earth, whatever.
Yeah, that kind of just got brought up.
Gotcha. Interesting topic. Yep.
Did you guys watch any of Lori's video that she posted about the Jewish rabbi?
No, I saw she posted something, but I wasn't able to actually get to it today. But what was it about?
He
I'll bring
brought
it back,
up.
Walter.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
He brought up. She time marked it about halfway through the video, so I'm not sure.
Now, is
about
this
that.
a like an actual just like Jewish unbelieving rabbi, or is it like a
unbelieving
Christian?
a Torah?
Okay. Okay.
Old,
Yeah.
Old Testament only.
Yeah.
And he was like Isaiah 53 part 1, but I didn't see anything about Isaiah 53, but he talked about Zechariah 12, Psalm 22, Psalm 41.
Yeah.
But he brought up and then he talked about the Virgin Mary. I didn't check that one out, but I checked out everything else he said, and everything he said was definitely, I would say, true. That the King James Version and other versions are misleading on some of the things they said, and the commentators saying that this is Christ, whatever, has absolutely nothing to do with Christ.
Well, I mean, the thing is when he looks at Isaiah 53, he would say that it has to do with Israel.
I have no idea. Like I said, I didn't get to watch the Isaiah 53
I got
part.
you. Yeah.
I only got to watch the second half, or only watched the second half. So
yeah, well, like what you said, it kind of sounded like you would agree with the Jewish guy, where I would guarantee that every single case he would say, because like the New Testament says Isaiah chapter 7, the virgin birth refers to Jesus. You have Isaiah 53, you have the eunuch reading that in Acts chapter 8. Who is this talking about? Talking about Christ. You have Daniel chapter 9, Daniel chapter 2, all these things are referring that Jewish people obviously don't see as Christ, but it's kind of veiled. In 2 Corinthians chapter 3, it says that when those Jews read the Old Testament, the veil remains upon their eyes, or however it's worded.
I don't think it was veiled, though. I think he was literally 100% dead on. I don't think
he
was
was
getting veiled at all.
He proved it.
Yeah, I mean,
did he prove that it's Christ, or he proved that it's not Christ?
Prove that it's not Christ. I think he was definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, he was 100% right at the scriptures he looked at. I think there's definitely other scriptures that he didn't look at that are talking about Christ.
Yeah, if he goes to Isaiah 53 and says it's not Christ, then I would say that that's definitely false. That's wrong.
Well,
but of course,
what Isaiah 53 are you talking about? Because I haven't looked at that part yet.
Yeah,
that
the entire chapter, really.
He did 3 videos.
The Jewish people say that the suffering servant is actually Israel themselves. That they are the ones.
Yeah, that one wasn't. I didn't agree with that one, but he talked about the piercing.
Yeah, Psalms chapter 22 is literally, or Psalms chapter 2, or is it 22 or 2?
22, I think.
22.
Well, that's quoted in the New Testament, literally being fulfilled right then and there. That they casted,
How could it be
they
Christ?
casted lots for his garments.
Christ was never sick.
Well, if you actually look, well, that's what I'm saying. The New Testament
let's go to it.
actually,
Pull it up, Rob.
Yeah, of course, definitely. So,
What verse you guys
where is
talking
it?
about?
Let me pull it up here.
What verse are you guys talking about?
So it was like
It's
Psalm
Psalms
41.
chapter
And
22.
Wait,
About
what?
being
Psalm 22?
Psalms 22, like who is that person being spoken about?
Oh,
what verse was it in 22? Was it let's see.
It's 22:18. Hold on. Let's see. And then Matthew chapter 27.
yeah, Psalm 22 is definitely quoted.
'Cause-
But it's even quoted by Yeshua, or it was on the cross. But it's also quoted.
Yeah, in Matthew chapter 27, Jesus literally quotes, my God, why have you forsaken me?" Which is a quote from that same passage. And then also you have
What did you
Yeah,
put it under,
the
Lori?
part of
Was it under Jesus or what was it
I
under
think it was under
Israel?
Jesus, yeah.
I'm
Or
trying to find the
Israel.
video again so I can find which ones he was quoting. Did you take the video down? Because I don't see
No.
it anymore.
It's under Who is Israel?
Who is Israel? Okay.
because if you look at Psalms 22, it seems like it's like actually the crucifixion scene. The evildoers have encircled me. They pierced my hands and my feet. The Jewish guy would probably say it doesn't actually say pierce.
Well, when you actually look at the
Oh,
word
you guys like
pierce.
arguing with an anti-missionary or something like that?
Yeah.
What's that?
Oh, that's fun. Oh, I just started. You guys like debating an anti-missionary or something like that? Is
No,
that why
I
you're
always like to go. I just like watching these videos. I enjoy watching them. Just to see.
What? Oh, who are you talking
Sometimes
about?
you pick things up.
So look at this
What-
where
What videos are you talking, or whose videos are you referring to?
It's called Jews for Judaism. It's a
Oh,
website.
Jews for yeah.
Is that
Okay,
like
that's
a kind of like a Spanish-looking, younger kind of guy,
No,
kind of
it's
darker complexion,
an old Jew.
not like super?
Are you talking about
You know what?
Meza?
Yeah, I think that's his
No,
name.
no, he doesn't run Jews for Judaism. I
So-
forgot what the name of his name.
but look at it, Zach. The
Yeah.
word lion 79 times and one time it's used as pierced.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
look at
so
the Greek
problem with
Septuagint.
Psalm 22. The problem with Psalm 22 in the Hebrew is it literally says, "Like a lion, my hands and my feet," and so you can see this reflected in the ancient translations. So besides the translation of the Septuagint, there was another guy named I think his name was Theodosius, if I'm not mistaken. He made his own Greek translation in like the 2nd century AD. His translation basically says something akin to, "Like a lion, they pierced my hands and my feet." The Targum say, "Like a lion, they pinned my hands and my feet." The second edition of Theodosius' translation says they bound. And so the idea basically is that from ancient time, and this is also probably why the Septuagint rendered it this way. It was probably like an idiom kind of akin to, one of our expressions, like "it's raining cats and dogs" or something like that. If you were to translate that into another language, you would say something like "it's raining very heavily." You wouldn't translate it like the idiom. And even in my translation, I have a JPS 1985 Tanakh and the Stone Edition Tanakh, and they also both translated similarly, to where the idea in the text is that the guy's getting his hands and his feet messed up, basically. So.
Yeah, if you look at the whole like passage, like what's interesting is Jesus quotes Psalms 22 verse 1. He says, my God, why have you forsaken me? And like, kind of like what I've, heard, is it's like
Jesus sounds
these.
like such a Calvin.
What
I'm just
happened?
kidding. Sorry, go ahead. I just said Jesus sounds like such a Calvinist. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no. So it's funny that, this passage, Jesus quotes, why have you forsaken me? But what's interesting is when you read this passage, is literally depicting the crucifixion like scene when you just read it. Like verse 16, for dogs encompass me, a company of evildoers encircle me. They have pierced my hands and my feet, or they've lioned my hands and my feet, which means what? I count all my bones. They stare and they gloat over me. They divided my garments among them, and my clothing they cast lots. I mean, if you just like listen to that, but then you go to the crucifixion scene in the New Testament, that's exactly what's happening. Like it's just
What
Yeah,
like
these things
about
didn't. There's a lot of stuff here. There's a
what
lot of stuff
about
here in
what you
Psalm
say
22
about
that
this
didn't
one?
literally happen to David. There's a lot of stuff here in Psalm 22 that didn't literally happen to David.
yeah, not literally. Yeah, exactly. Yes, this is definitely going way beyond that, and definitely referring to, I would say, the crucifixion. I mean, it's the same thing. Like in Luke chapter 24, these people in the first century didn't even know that the Messiah was going to die. When Jesus says that the Son of Man needs to be handed over to the, and be killed, they were like, oh heck no. But they were ignorant. They didn't understand the scriptures. That's why in Luke chapter 24, when they were all on the road to Emmaus, when those two people were sad that because they thought that Jesus was the Christ, but he died. And now they're just like, oh man, we were hoping he was the one to restore the kingdom and bring everything back. But who appears to them? It's Jesus. And he has to open their minds or open their eyes to understand. And he actually goes through Moses, the prophets, and the writings, the Psalms, and actually shows them everything that must happen about himself. So, again, obviously an anti-missionary, which would be this Jewish guy, would say, oh, of course, this isn't referring to Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
But
Why does it say deliver my soul from the sword?
where is this? Where is that one at?
Verse 20.
Let's see. That I can't really explain. It's like, let me look at it.
Because it's not all literal.
Yeah, I was also going to say in Scripture isn't like the tongue. Actually, the wicked are compared to God's sword in Scripture, and the tongue is compared to a sword in Scripture. And we know that they were reviling and mocking him during the crucifixion.
Well, they did come with swords at the garden, didn't they?
Yeah.
If you take the entire Old Testament literally, you will not believe in Jesus.
I don't think you have to take things literally, but I think there are times when things are literal and things are metaphorical and things are hyperbole. I mean, you have to look at every little possibility. Like, I mean,
So,
it talks about power of the dogs. I don't think dogs is talking about literal dogs.
Yeah, they're the people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
It's talking about, because these are all unclean animals, right? Well, oxen, wild oxen, that'd be unclean, right?
No, that would be a clean animal, an oxen.
Oh, a wild oxen?
Yeah. I mean, maybe you can say, well, wild means somebody out, but still, if you take like the animal by itself, I mean, no.
Because it seems like these are all unclean things to me. Dogs, lions, wild oxen.
I think the dogs are probably refers to Gentiles, like the Romans.
Yeah.
Is what I always thought of.
Well, that would make sense. Save me from the sword. being the Roman army. What do you think of this
Oh,
one,
look,
Zach?
it even says in verse 21, save me from the mouths of those lions, save me from the horns of those wild oxen. So that would also maybe correlate with the idea of the sword there, referring to like the tongue, you know.
See, I don't look at this like every verse has to literally line up with what happened on the cross. It doesn't. It's God putting things in there in what was literally happening then that would, you could look back on and say, okay, this is the Messiah. And it's interesting to me how these unbelieving Jews think that, like Isaiah 53 is about Israel as the suffering servant. I always say that Jesus became Israel. He's like Israel was rolled up into Christ and then crucified. That's why he says, my God,
Well,
my
he's
God, why have
called
you forsaken me?
in Isaiah 49.
What's that?
Yeah, he's called Israel in Isaiah 49.
Well, yeah, I mean, Israel is called God's firstborn, but then Jesus is called God's one and only. And Jesus actually comes out of Egypt, which Matthew quotes. He is baptized, just like Israel was baptized into the Red Sea. He goes into the wilderness right after for 40 days when they were in the wilderness for 40 years. His life parallels Israel's history. He becomes Israel. He's crucified. The old covenant's crucified with him. And then he's resurrected into the new covenant. So he is Israel, and then he's I read this before about the grain of wheat falling to the ground so that it could sprout and become new.
In verse 3, he's talking about Christ.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That sounds like
you were saying he's called Israel in verse
Israel,
4.
in Isaiah 49, you've got someone named Israel who's commissioned to bring back the outcasts of Israel and the Gentiles. There's two Israels there.
Think
He
about
says
this.
there in verse 5, the Lord formed me in my mother's womb to be his servant. He wanted me to bring the family of Jacob back to him. He wanted me to gather the people of Israel to himself. The Lord will honor me. My God will give me strength. And earlier on in verse 3, he's called his servant Israel.
Yeah, who do the Jews say this is then?
Not Jesus.
In a while, I heard a debate that Michael Brown did a long time ago, where he brought up this passage. I can't remember what his opponent said though. Maybe they still interpret it as talking about the nation. I don't know.
What do you make of this one, Zach? And let's see.
Think about this for a minute, though, while you look at that, Rob. In Romans, Paul talks about basically Israel being blinded so that salvation go to the nations. That's another way of saying Israel was forsaken for the sake of the nations. So Paul teaches the same thing, that God forsook the nation so that the whole world could get saved. When Jesus cries out, my God, why have you forsaken me? It's not because God can't look upon sin. That's a verse out of Habakkuk totally taken the wrong way.
You guys know that Matthew that teaches Israel only? I guess he changed his mind. He's not Israel only anymore.
No
Who are you
way.
talking about?
Who?
Good for News or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he changed his mind on. I just saw a video today that said he still believes in universalism, Jesus, but he's not
Yeah.
Israel only anymore. You made me think about that when you're talking about that, Matthew. You still
I think
with us, Zach?
universalism would probably be. I feel like universalism, in some people's mind, is probably the next logical step to go. I've seen quite a few full preterists who either go that route or Israel only, or not just Israel only, but people who just reject the idea of salvation after 70, I guess.
Yeah, it
I
seems
can
like,
understand why
there's just not much scripture for after the points. I think that it's easy to lose heart.
Yeah, I think that's a more logical kind of way of reasoning about it, though, because the problem. Well, I mean, in my mind anyway, right? I'm biased and I'm not a preterist, but like, if you come to the conclusion that full preterism is true, and you don't really have like a religion anymore because everything was fulfilled in 70 AD, and it's kind of like, well, what direction do you go after that? I mean, I can see the reasoning why someone would become a universalist, after coming to that conclusion. Because it's kind of like, okay, well, what now? Like what is God doing now?
Right. I think Isaiah 66 answers that, but I think it also gives more inclination on what hell is as well. But what do you think of this verse, Zach? Is this talking about Jesus?
Let's hear it.
Suppose someone asks him, what are those wounds on your body? Then he'll answer, I was given these wounds at the house of my friends.
What passages is that?
It's on the screen, unless you're
Zechariah
away.
13:5.
Zechariah what?
That passage is talking about false prophets, though, isn't it?
Did you say Zechariah 6?
13:6.
13:6.
Yeah, I'd have to look at. Hold on, I'm posting something from homework. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Oh, no worries.
Man, quiet.
Yeah, I'd have to agree, Tyler. I read some commentaries, and some commentaries said this was talking about Christ, and then others said it's talking about false prophets. So
I think that there are parenthetical prophecies in Zechariah, like the ones that are mentioned, like in John and elsewhere. But I actually think that I tend to think most of Zechariah, like 9 through 14, was probably fulfilled during the Maccabean Wars. I did a study on that a few years ago. I tried to fit Zechariah 14 into 70 AD, but I still haven't really been able to do it. But
Yeah, but if you read that, that's my sword, wake up, attack my shepherd, attack the man who is close to me, announces the Lord who rules over all. Strike the shepherd down, then the sheep will be scattered, and I will turn my hand against their little ones. Here is what will happen in the whole land. 2/3 of the people will be struck down and die, but 1/3 will be left. I will put that 1/3 through the fire, will make them as pure as silver. You think that was when?
yeah, I think that's probably. Well, it's interesting. That verse is quoted by Christ in the New Testament when he talks about him being struck down and his disciples being scattered. But I think that prophecy currently was fulfilled during the Maccabean era when the high priest was struck down and Israel as a whole was being oppressed, and most of them ended up getting slaughtered and taken into captivity. It's the same thing Zechariah 14, the beginning of Zechariah 14 describes, where it talks about them being taken, plundered, and taken into captivity into the nations and stuff. The book of Maccabees talks about all that happening. And part of my reasoning for that, by the way, is because when you go back to Zechariah chapter 9, it starts off talking about the conquest of Alexander and all the places that he plundered, and then it explicitly says in Zechariah 9 that God would bend Ephraim as a bow against the Grecians. And so it explicitly mentions the Grecians, and the only real significant time in history or period in history when Israel was fighting against the Greeks was during the Maccabean Wars when Antiochus Epiphanes was.
Sorry, you keep cutting out. Zach, can you just mute your mic for a minute?
Oh, sorry about that.
That's okay. Sorry, go on, Tyler.
What part did you need me to? Did you miss like the whole thing or?
That's okay.
No, okay, I can repeat myself.
I don't know why it was just cutting out about.
It's okay. What part did you not hear?
Just toward the end there.
I was just saying that in Zechariah 9, it explicitly mentions God using Israel, bending Ephraim as a bow against the Grecians. And the only time in history when the Israelites have been at war with the Greeks was during the Maccabean era when Antiochus Epiphanes was at war with them. And so, I read Zechariah 9, and then I kept reading to chapter 12, 13, and 14, and it seems to me like, there's a couple of kind of tricky prophecies in there to square out, but I think for the most part, I'm convinced that that's probably when those passages were fulfilled.
Would you exclude 12:10?
I got to pull up the passage.
Yeah, because my question let's just say chapter 13, that Jewish guy is saying, okay, obviously this is not Jesus, and let's just say it's not Jesus, but he would also say that chapter 12 is not about Jesus. But if you look at verse 10, it says, and I will pour out on the house of David and the inhabitants of Jerusalem a spirit of grace and pleas of mercy, so that when they look on me, on him whom they have pierced, they shall mourn for him as one who mourns for an only child. Then you look at John chapter 19, verse 37, which is the crucifixion scene.
Right, yeah, exactly.
And it says, and again, another scripture saith, they shall look on him whom they've pierced. So right here,
yeah.
And then even before that, I believe for these things were done, that the scripture should be fulfilled. A bone of him was not broken. Now, where's that scripture at? Isn't that Psalms?
That's in Psalms, isn't it?
Where
Psalms
are you at
22?
about the bones part? I don't see that.
30. I guess if I said 37 or 36.
Well, do you want me to?
I don't get how you jump so far from Zechariah 12 to what? Is it talking
No,
about the same story or?
Yeah. So according to the New Testament, the author of the book of John quotes. So it says in John chapter 19, where it's talking about the crucifixion, he literally says, starting in verse 36. Well, let's start in 35. So John 19:35. This is Jesus on the cross. The soldiers, they came to break the legs and things like that, but they didn't have to break them, but they pierced his side. It says in verse 35, we'll do 34. But one of the soldiers pierced his side with a spear. At once there came out blood and water. He who saw it has borne witness. His testimony is true, and he knows that he is telling the truth, that you might also believe. For these things also took place, that the scriptures might be fulfilled. Not one of his bones will be broken. So that's one scripture that he's quoting from the Old Testament that's saying is fulfilled. And another, again, the scripture says, they will look on him whom they've pierced. Now that's Daniel. That's Zechariah chapter 12, verse 10.
Yeah, so like I said, I think that I think some of these prophecies in Zechariah could be viewed as parenthetical in the same way that in other places, like in Isaiah, there are parenthetical, like Isaiah does this a lot where, 1 minute it really looks like he's talking about the Babylonian captivity, and then the next minute he's talking about, like the next sentence he's talking about something totally different. So I think it's possible that could be happening in Zechariah 12. It's also possible that it's also possible that there could have been an initial fulfillment of this verse and then a greater fulfillment, because we also have that happening in the New Testament. And that's why I mentioned earlier that, there are a few prophecies in Zechariah that are kind of they're kind of tricky to square.
Yeah, my main thing would be to like that Jewish guy. So he doesn't believe in Jesus whatsoever. So my thing to Rob is to show like, well, there's certain things in the book of Zechariah that the New Testament affirms is referring to Jesus. So if the New Testament is our ultimate authority of the Old Testament, how it should be interpreted.
Well, I just think it's interesting that they don't, they don't honor the New Testament, but how can they deny scriptures like these that this is talking about the Messiah? I don't know. They definitely didn't go to Zechariah 12:10. I think it'll be interesting to see if he does say this is a Messiah verse or not. But you would think they would have to think this is talking about.
Well, again, in the context of Zechariah 12, they would point out that the context is talking about Jerusalem was under attack by another nation.
What was that?
I said an anti-missionary would just point out that the context of Zechariah 12 is, in the immediate context, is talking about Judah being at war and Jerusalem being under attack by a bunch of Gentile nations. And of course Zechariah 12 is tricky because there's differences in how it can be translated, and even John quotes it differently than how it's written. Even the Septuagint renders it completely different. The Septuagint says something like, they look upon me whom they have mocked, or something like that, which again I think is just probably just an interpretation of the language from the way that the Septuagint translators rendered it. But so there's a couple of ways that you can interpret it as having been historically fulfilled. That's why I say that I leave open the possibility that perhaps it had like a double fulfillment or something like that, which is also kind of, like I said, common in the New Testament. But
Does this sound
but
like 70
my way
AD
of
though?
arguing
This part here, but
70
Jerusalem will remain. Yeah, in verse 6 here. Does
no, it
that?
doesn't.
It doesn't sound like 70 AD, does
Definitely
it?
does. No, that's why I say that. That's. I mean, I like I said, I've tried looking at some of these texts, especially Zechariah 14, because I know a lot of folks like to say it was fulfilled in 70 AD, but I don't really see 70 AD anywhere here in Zechariah. Like, it seems to me like it's talking about the Maccabean period, but yeah, I would argue my approach to arguing against anti-missionaries is a lot different, than that. I mean, I would focus upon more specific points,
Like what?
especially defending, I would point out, Jesus meeting the criteria that the law and the prophets give for someone to be a legitimate prophet. He had to uphold the law of God. He had to teach monotheism, and if he gave prophecies, his prophecies had to actually come to pass. And we have an obvious example of that in Matthew 24. And I've brought up Matthew 24 to a lot of anti-missionary folks, and I've never really gotten.
Oh, like how he predicted the destruction of the temple, you mean?
Yeah. And the funny thing is, it was over that exact issue about them not accepting him as the Messiah. So,
Really?
but that's like the focus that So and I've never gotten like a straight answer, in reply to that. But so I kind of focus on those sorts of things, and then most of it also has to do with just answering objections and stuff like that. But because they're not going to accept, if you point to a passage and you're like, well, yeah, this has a dual fulfillment or something. Because even though I believe in that, that's more of like a paradigm level, belief or whatever, right? Like that's not something that can be like proved per se.
Mm-hmm.
You have to go to the prophecies that are.
You believe in dual
more
fulfillments?
explicit. Well, to an extent, because
Yeah.
the New Testament seems to support that. But I'm just saying, when you're talking to someone who rejects the New Testament, that's not something that you can really prove to them, because that's like a paradigm level thing.
Yeah,
That's something that you have to just accept. So you have to look at more specific prophecies, and you can.
Oh, I'm
you
not
can
like
look at
I don't watch this stuff to refute them. I watch it. I find it interesting.
What about this
yeah.
verse in 10 and 11? Because it says the city will remain the same. It makes it sound like nothing's destroyed, and then it will never be destroyed again. It'll be secure. If it's never destroyed again, and this is before 70 AD, how can it say that it's not going to be destroyed? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
Let's look at a different version, maybe.
You can look at it. It's kind of like how in Isaiah there are places where, and in fact even like in Isaiah 65 and 66.
Oh,
some people think that those texts were talking about the return from exile originally, and it talks about how God's going to wipe away their tears and there's going to be no more pain and stuff, right? But you can look at those sorts of statements either in an absolute sense, where it's like this is going to last for eternity, or you can look at it as simply saying, hey, Israel's not going to be under persecution anymore. They're going to be safe now. But it doesn't have to be taken in an absolute sense.
There's a bunch of other. I see the version that he has pulled up right here. It says, there shall be no more utter destruction instead. Utter destruction. That phrase is used numerous times in the past, Joshua and stuff. It'll say like, and they went to AI and they utterly destroyed it, whatever. But the people are still there afterwards, like they're not all
Right.
annihilated. They weren't utterly destroyed. They're still there. It's
Yeah, but
just letting you know that they got wrecked, but they
there's
didn't
yet
get
another way.
annihilated.
There's yet another way to look at it too. When it's talking about, I mean, think about this. It's a mystery that Paul calls it a mystery that Jew and Gentile would be co-heirs and of the same body. So how would that prophecy for the new covenant body of Christ be foretold in the Old Covenant or in the Old Testament? It would have to be worded in a way that would veil it as a mystery. So if it's going to talk about the scattering of, quote, Israel, but then it's going to talk about, sometimes in the very next verse, the gathering of, quote, Israel, it's talking about two different Israels. It's talking about the Old Covenant Israel being scattered, but then New Covenant Israel being gathered.
Yeah, I've heard that view. I was listening to a teaching by Steve Gregg on Zechariah 14 where he did that. Well, first of all, you have to establish the time frame for Zechariah 14 anyway. And, like I said, I mean, you could say, you could try saying it was fulfilled in 70 AD. I mean, there's some parallels there. But I think personally that the switching from Jerusalem to Jerusalem, like two different Jerusalems, is kind of, I don't know. I'm not totally sold on that view. I've entertained it, but I'm not sure that that's the best way to read that passage. I mean, I get the point about the mystery, but even interpreting Paul's statement about there being a mystery doesn't always mean, that things had to be veiled, quote unquote. It could also just signify the idea that it wasn't fully understood. So I don't know. That would require a kind of a much more detailed conversation, I think.
Well, I think that lends to the idea of how you believe that Israel is still some entity that will, because if you believe the actual gathering of Israel is still a literal event that's going to take place, then I could see why you would say that.
Well, yeah, sure. That's why I also said that there's a lot more conversation that has to be had on that. Because it's funny how our discussion on like texts like these, it does kind of branch off into other, presuppositions and whatever.
But let's just say for a moment that the nation of Israel was done, like that really was the end, like it says in Amos, the end of my people has come. If that really was the end of Israel and God doesn't need a nation called Israel anymore because they're the old covenant one, then that would automatically make all the gathering verses about the nations instead of about the nation of the physical or ethnic nation of Israel.
Well, I think some of the gathering verses could be fulfilled spiritually in Christ, like, Paul, because Paul does talk about like the uniting of Jew and Gentile in the one body, right? But I'm talking just about Zechariah 14. Like, even if I didn't hold my views about ethnic Israel, I would still say Zechariah 14 is still probably talking about actual Jerusalem, like the historical city of Jerusalem, and a war that was going to take place. Because the way that I view Zechariah 14, I think that, from what I can tell anyway, the whole book is dealing with events that were going to take place while the first temple while the second temple was still standing. And so, when I read Zechariah 9 through 14 in context, I just see a bunch of parallels to the Maccabean Wars throughout those passages. Even though, I grant that there's some, like I said, some prophecies that are a little bit more difficult to explain, but nevertheless. So, I mean, my views
So
about
you're a
like
futurist, Tyler?
I'm a historicist.
So you believe there's still some stuff to be fulfilled? And ethnic
Yeah, I believe in
Israel
a
gathering is one of them?
Yeah, I believe in a progressive view of Bible prophecy. So we would look at, like, for example, the book of Revelation, and like we would see Revelation being, a continuation in a lot of ways to the book of Daniel, where when you look at how the book of Daniel was fulfilled, right, it was fulfilled progressively. It prophesied the rise of entire kingdoms and nations and, rising and falling and things like that. So we would look at the book of Revelation and we would say that the fulfillment of Revelation spans basically the time from when it was originally written to, all the way up until the second coming. So we have hence the name historicist basically suggests that we see prophecy unfolding throughout history. In terms of the gathering of Israel, the way I look at it is it's not, I don't really use the word gathering, but I do believe Israel as a nation is going to be converted. But the thing about that is, according to my eschatology, I believe the nations as a whole are going to actually be converted at some point in the future, because I'm also post-millennial. So I have a really optimistic eschatology, and I believe that all the nations, including Jerusalem, or Israel rather, are going to be converted. And part of that includes Israel coming to recognize, her Messiah on a national scale. So.
Interesting.
So to be post-millennial, it's actually a form of millennialism. So how do you define the millennium?
Well, the millennium, I believe, is going to take place after the sixth and seventh vials are poured out, after the enemies of Christ are put under his feet. And according to Revelation 15, it talks about how the nations will worship God when his judgment is made manifest. So after Babylon falls, this is going to usher in the millennium, which I view as basically a period of that's basically the period when the nations turn to God and when the Great Commission is fulfilled, essentially.
Have you ever believed, I'm sure you did an extensive study on who Mystery Babylon is. Have you ever believed that it was ancient Jerusalem, or never?
Oh, yeah. I used to be a partial preterist, Matthew. Remember?
That's right. That's
Remember?
right.
I told you. Yeah.
If
So
you
I believe that
that's
Jerusalem was
yeah.
Babylon. Sorry, what?
No. Yeah, I actually forgot you were a partial preterist.
Yeah, I believe
You
that for
forgot about your
a couple of
ally?
years.
Oh my gosh.
Old ally.
Well,
What made you change
Former.
your mind?
I was studying the book of Revelation mostly during that period, a couple of years, and I started kind of noticing just things that weren't really fitting. So, I kind of held to the usual view that you'll hear if you listen to, guys like Kenneth Gentry or Gary DeMar or most of the kind of well-known predators guys. And I was saying things like, oh yeah, 666, that's, Nero's name, and Nero is the beast, but the beast is also Rome. And, these 10 horns are like 10 Caesars and all that kind of stuff. And little by little, I just kind of started noticing things that weren't really making sense, though, like the counting of like the 10 horns. And I've talked to like Albert and a couple of my friends in here about this before, but like the whole counting of the 10 horns thing kind of confused me. And then afterwards I was like, well, wait a minute, Nero's supposed to be the beast, but then he died in 68 AD, and the beast is supposed to be, cast in like a fire in 70 AD, but then that's not true of Rome either. And then I went down a lot of different roads. Like I started exploring different options from a preterist standpoint. And I was saying, well, maybe Rome isn't even in the book of Revelation. Maybe the beast is like the Zealot movement or something like that. And it just kind of turned into me looking into a lot of different like perspectives, trying to make it fit. And at that point, I hadn't really given historicism a chance, because most people have this attitude that like, well, that historicism, that's just, the Protestants were just paranoid and trying to find Rome in any passage they could, and it's kind of discredited now, but I gave it a shot, and I looked into it, and when I was reluctant, because I was so confident, like, how can you argue that, Jerusalem isn't Babylon, and it just filled in a lot of gaps for me, like a lot of gaps. It answered a lot of questions for me that, I couldn't resolve, under a preterist, hermeneutic. So that might be a kind of vague answer, but sorry, but But yeah, for me, it just seemed like a much more consistent, hermeneutic and way of interpreting scripture. basically, and it just made a lot more sense out of different prophetic scriptures, especially in Revelation, and also different ways of viewing the book of Revelation. So.
See, you had that gathered all nations. Yeah, so you gathered all nations, but like all what nations? All nations, like every single nation ever created, because they did mix a lot with all these dudes. So like, really, what's the difference if you're talking to just Israel or you're talking to everybody? Like, it's all the same difference at this.
Well, and in Daniel, it talks about how he's given authority over all dominions and nations and of people and stuff like that. And also in the Psalms, there are Psalms that talk about, the Davidic king, God giving the nations as an inheritance to the Messiah and stuff like that.
The Jewish nations of like Judah and Israel, or like the 12 tribes, or like everybody.
That's a good question. Depends, I suppose. If you are into Israel-only preterism or some form of like futurist two-house theology, then yeah, maybe we'll be talking about the nations of Israel. Possibly.
I hadn't seen this verse before, and Bible Scribe had highlighted it as one of his go-to verses, is that there's going to be a future all nations, dividing the sheep and the goats from the left to the right. Well, so I got to looking at all nations. Well, Christ said, I think, or somewhere, maybe it wasn't Christ, said the gospel would go to all nations, and then the end would come. Well, Paul said it did go. Paul said it did go to all nations.
Yeah, he
said.
So
I don't think all nations means the world. I don't think.
Yeah.
If we're if it's used in one example,
it could be used differently. It's kind of like the word earth. Like in Scripture, when we read the word earth, we think of like the word planet, but in reality, in some verses, earth could just be talking about Judea, but in other contexts, earth could be referring to like, multiple land masses and things like that. You know what I mean? Like Solomon's entire kingdom or something.
right?
Nations, it kind of goes the same way in a lot of ways.
I guess Christ did say it was.
He said throughout all the oikumene, right? The inhabited earth, which is used for the Roman Empire.
Yeah, verse 14.
Yeah. And Paul even, uses a lot, like in Colossians, right? He says all creation under heaven, So.
Yeah, there's like 5 words that like Jesus used oikumene, gi, cosmos, katesis, and then what's the other one?
Katesis,
the word cosmos.
He used ethnos here. I hadn't seen that one before.
Yeah, the nations, and Paul uses every single one of those 5 words within the New Testament. It says it's fulfilled, which is in the book of Romans and in the book of Colossians.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, so I definitely think context plays a role in interpreting these different words. Just like I said, just like the word cosmos or oikumene. I mean,
So I'm just curious, what do you do with that one verse that Jesus say something like, if a prophet tells you, somebody says, if a prophet tells you a prophecy and it doesn't come true, like, don't fear that prophet, like, that's somewhere. But like, I'm just wondering, like, if somebody does tell you a prophecy, like, how long do you give it before you flag it? Like, how long is it? It's like, see, it didn't come true, so now I'm not going to fear that one. Like,
well, it depends on
timing on that. Like, how long can you possibly go?
It depends. Sorry, are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you and whoever else.
Well, it depends on the elements of the prophecy. Right. So I mean, if you're Daniel and you're having these visions about 4 different kingdoms rising up, and then 10 other kingdoms coming out of the 4th one, and then another kingdom after that one, and then in Daniel chapter 8, you're reading about these other 3 of the same ones, and then another one coming out. You know what I mean? Presumably these are going to take a while to be fulfilled, right?
Right. No, of course, those ones will. But that's what I'm saying. Like, do you guys know where the
Yeah.
verse is? Because I don't know where that is. Because he tells that to them at a certain point in time. So
Wait, what are you talking
anything
about?
that-
The
I
thing about
think
the
he's
prophet?
talking more about like a prophet today.
he's giving you the prophet. He's telling you about the prophets from the point he's telling this on forward. Like that's, you know what I'm saying?
I mean,
Like
I
that's
don't
the
know the
audience
problem.
relevance of that verse. So I don't know if it's Jesus or somebody in the I forget exactly where it is, but there's somewhere where it says if a prophet tells you a prophecy and it doesn't come true, like do not fear that prophet. Like,
Yeah, I think that's in Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy.
wow, okay,
Right.
that's way back there. Holy,
Yeah,
okay.
Deuteronomy. Yeah.
Then I don't know what to make of it.
Wait,
I
I
didn't
don't
think
get
it
what
was
you're
that
talking
far
about.
back. Dang.
Okay.
But yeah, still like I mean, if he told you it's for a long time, seal it up. Like that's one thing. That's what he tells Daniel. But for everybody else, he doesn't say that. So it's kind of like
Well, he doesn't
can't
always
use
have to
them.
say that. I mean, in John, he had like he's seeing all these prophecies, and then you've got like this. I mean, I think 1,000 years is a pretty long time, right?
Well, a prophecy I think is supposed to be like somewhat of a quick thing. Like it's not supposed to take too long. It's supposed to happen within your lifetime,
Well, that's why I said.
except for in Daniel's case because he was specifically told that it was not for him.
Well, no, I mean, in Isaiah, God talks about, the king that was about to arise. Like he actually uses preterist favorite word. He uses the word mellow, and it wasn't fulfilled like 150 years afterwards. So I mean, it depends, like I said, on the elements of the prophecy, like what's included within the prophecy.
Right. True.
So when you're talking about Daniel and Revelation, and this is a point like I always bring up, like without exception, when I talk to preterists about Daniel and Revelation, is when you do a careful study on the word kings in Daniel and Revelation, and especially if you just read through Daniel 7 through 8, these kings that Daniel's talking about, they're kingdoms. They're not just like individual Caesars or something like that,
Well, yeah,
or
no,
individual emperors. They're
okay, so
kingdoms.
yeah,
So
I
a
got a
kingdom. Yeah, you're right. A
question.
kingdom is
prophecy,
different.
it
Question for
suggests that
Zach and Tyler.
Sure.
Zach, if you want to go first.
Yeah. Answer's
And
27, by the way. But
you're just 2 point something off.
wow, good comment.
Matthew 25 actually. So Matthew 25:19.
Okay, okay. Let's take a look.
Survey says
Because I would still put that into the same context as chapter 23 and 24, but let's take.
Well, I mean, you're the one that found the short term versus long term meaning. How would you change or redefine long
You said in verse
Matthew?
19, right? Now, after a long time, the master. I would just say that that's, I guess a parable. So I wouldn't take that like I would those other statements. But I know that probably wouldn't be a sufficient answer for you.
we don't need to give. Wait, we need to give sufficient answers. Dang.
Like, how would you? Because I know you would take.
I
Would
have
you take
no
this?
idea.
No, not you, Tyler. Would you take Matthew chapter 24? Because also, the Son of Man when he comes in his glory, or you take this future.
Currently, I tend to think like the entirety of Matthew 24 was fulfilled, but my view on it is a little bit nuanced.
But what about chapter? Do you see 25 being also compared with chapter 24?
That's part of my answer. So,
okay,
it seems to me definitely like if you take all of 24 being fulfilled in 70 AD, then it kind of seems like a natural progression that in 25 1 through 13 it's talking about the same thing.
What about after though? I'm talking about like 31 mainly.
Oh, okay.
Well, even 19, but if you could look at 19 first and see what
So when it comes
how
to
that
like,
plays in there.
Yeah, when it comes to like 14 through like 30, it's kind of open. I could definitely see this applying to the second advent, but I would honestly say it's kind of an open question.
Do you think, have you ever thought about, like, I don't know, if thinking about like how Bible Scribe sees it?
I don't
He
know who that
see,
person is. I've never.
I can't remember his first name.
Yeah, I don't.
David, come on.
David,
David.
yeah.
David. Okay, so David's been on a few times, but I don't think you two have ever been on at the same time. But he kind of sees the second coming happen in 70 AD, but then he sees like maybe verses like this being in the future, uh, seeing like a 1,000-year reign, and then the final judgment.
Oh, okay.
Have
So
you have you have you ever thought about still having a second coming happen, and then a 1,000-year reign, and then
I've heard of that
uh,
idea before. There's another preterist guy who's written a lot on that. I can't remember his name now.
oh
Yeah, I
really?
remember. Yeah, I read up on that a lot when I was
I wonder if that's
preterist.
Sam. No, it wouldn't be Sam Frost.
It's just
Yeah.
my biggest thing is when you look at verse 31 of chapter 25, it sounds just like chapter 24, like 31 or something like that. When the Son of Man comes in his glory with all the angels with him, he will sit on his glorious throne.
Yeah, this kind of goes into like what the Son of Man coming in his glory and coming in the clouds means and stuff.
Yeah, but then you look at chapter
Oh, the angels.
24, and it's, pretty much, parallel. What is it? Verse 31 or 30 it says,
Right,
then
yeah,
will
they're gonna-
appear in the heaven the sign of Son of Man, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds with power and great glory, and he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds from one end of the earth to another. So that's, the Son of Man coming in the glory with the angels. And then you look at, like I said, chapter 25:31, when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, then he will sit on his glorious throne. So,
Did you see my Facebook post I did on this a couple days ago? Is that
I probably didn't read it. That's for sure.
okay? No problem.
No,
I was just wondering.
I'm reading so much stuff.
That's all good. Yeah, I did a Facebook post on why I don't think Daniel 7 is talking about this.
I did actually. I actually kind of would agree for sure because it is him kind of going up to.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
So I did.
I think
I guess I
when you're
lied.
looking
Then,
at
sorry.
passages like this, so first of all, when we talk about the Son of Man coming in the clouds and coming in his glory and all that, yeah, I would argue that did in some real sense happen at the ascension. But then the issue is that we have to connect it to these judgment passages, right? Because in Matthew 24, he's doing the same, like he's saying that the inhabitants of Jerusalem are going to see him, doing that as well. And then we also have the other passage in Matthew 26. So we kind of have like a consecutive sort of series of statements there in Matthew 24, 25, and 26, where he tells the Sanhedrin, right? You're going to see the Son of Man coming in the clouds and see you at the right hand of power, right?
Yeah.
And it's interesting because in Luke's account of that same passage, he just says from here on out, or from hereafter, the Son of Man is going to sit at the right hand of power. So he just mentions the ascension. So this kind of leads into the question, what does it mean for them to see the kingdom coming, right? Because you had the other passage also obviously in Matthew 26 and Mark 9, right? And I think it's important to compare the different accounts to kind of get an idea of the language there. So, in Matthew 26, right, he says, there are some standing here who won't taste death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. And then in Mark's account of the same passage, he says they will not taste death until they see the kingdom of God coming. Okay. So I'm saying all this to kind of, preempt my my explanation, basically. When you look at the gospel accounts and how Christ talks about the kingdom, one of the examples I like to use is in it's found, one of the accounts I think is in Luke 11, if I'm not mistaken. The other one is in Matthew 12, when Christ is casting out demons, right? And they say he's casting out demons by Beelzebub, right? And Christ says, if I cast out demons by the Spirit of God, then the kingdom of God has come to you, right? So Christ is saying the kingdom of God, by me casting out demons, the kingdom of God has come unto you. Okay. So, and presumably they saw it, right? Like they experience. This is something that's happening to them. Well, how did they see the God? How did the kingdom of God in that context come to the Pharisees there in that context? Well, it's because they were experiencing the activity of the kingdom of God, right? How? Well, because Christ is there in their midst, casting out demons by God's Spirit. So when the kingdom of God came to them, it means that the activity, the power of God's kingdom was displayed, displayed for them, right? So when you look at, Matthew 26 and Mark 9, and even Matthew 24, how is it that they experienced or they saw either the Son of Man coming in his kingdom or the kingdom itself coming? Well, I think it's by this in the same way. So when you go to Matthew 24 and he talks about the sign of the Son of Man who's in heaven, that I believe that sign was talking about the destruction of the temple. That was the sign of the Son of Man who was in heaven. And they perceived the Son of Man coming in his kingdom because of the activity, the power of the enthroned Messiah, right? When he sent his armies to destroy the city, like Matthew 22 says. So that's kind of the way that I make sense out of that. So when it comes to, a passage like Matthew 25, when he talks about the sheep and the goat judgment, Christ did come in his kingdom with the angels, because in Matthew or in Daniel chapter 7, it says they brought him before the Ancient of Days, and he was given glory and dominion and a kingdom, right? That happened at Christ's ascension. We can demonstrate that happened at Christ's ascension. And so that kind of leads into the other question about the fulfillment of the sheep and the goats judgment. I actually even tend to see that as possibly, and if you read like Gary DeMar, he's a partial preterist, but he even suggests this idea that, Christ has been separating the nations. Christ has been ruling over the nations, since that time period. So anyway, I'm getting kind of long-winded here, but I hope that makes sense.
I mean, the one interesting thing about the Bible, it says, there's a beginning and end, but with the full preterist view, there is no beginning and end, or no end anyways.
Full preterism is unbiblical.
Well, I'm not trying to say that. It just seems like there's a lot of
there's a consummation.
a lot of like double sayings, or you have to look into things to kind of figure them out.
Well, wouldn't in all views there is no technically an end? It's like the eternal state. I mean, so
right.
I would just say that there's no end.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up a good point there.
Well, when we
Unless
say
an earthly end.
We're talking about like the end of history in the sense of our current
a new beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyway. So Zach, you said you would agree with that synopsis I gave?
I guess for most of it maybe, but I mean definitely when I look at Matthew chapter 25, I wouldn't say that would be Daniel chapter 7.
Okay.
I mean, I can kind of see like, the kingdom definitely obviously started, at that time, in the first century, but then consummated fully in 70.
Yeah, well, my thing is if you look at the parallel, right, so you've got the Son of Man coming in glory with his holy angels. And I think the angels part is important because in Daniel 7, like I said, it mentions they or them. They brought him near before the Ancient of Days. You can see the parallel there. And then he's sitting on his throne separating the nations, and then it has a reference to all, nations serving him and stuff like that. And, and I'm still open. I mean, this could, for all I know, be a future, one-time event at the final judgment or something. But I'm open to the idea of it having like a kind of ongoing sort of fulfillment. But,
yeah.
What about what do you think, Zach? Where in Daniel 7, where it talks about there'll be a fourth kingdom upon the earth.
I would
be the Roman army, right, or the Roman kingdom.
Yeah, I believe that fourth is when you look at Daniel chapter 2, it's that time period of the fourth, which would be Rome. My position would be.
I mean, so it seems like there's been kingdoms after then, though, hasn't there been?
Well, I take that as, the reason that you know, you look at Daniel chapter 2, it says, and during that, you know, during that kingdom, which will be the fourth kingdom, you know, the God of heaven will establish a kingdom, you know, because he destroyed the image. My interpretation is that the image, these kingdoms or these empires, they ruled over God's people. And, you know, in the new
So now
covenant,
there's
I don't
just
believe,
a
yeah,
kingdom
they
under
don't rule
Christ.
over us. Yeah, Jesus is the king. I mean, I know,
Gotcha.
like, you could be like, oh, well, Rome did, you know, rule the Christians until like 312 or whenever, 320
And then the
something.
Roman Catholics rolled over them for
Yeah,
another 1,000 years.
yeah,
And then Martin Luther, or
you know,
is
broke
Martin Luther
away,
the
and
one? Yeah.
you know, I mean, other people before him as well too. I mean, you have, you know, there's other people that came before him, but he kind of like piggybacked off of a
We
lot
don't
of
have you
people.
talking too much, do we, Tyler?
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, I said we don't have you talking too much, do we?
Oh, no, I'm fine. I was just,
Okay.
sorry. I'm good.
Okay, cool.
No, I actually found out something interesting that I'd like you guys. We don't have to spend a whole lot of time on it, but it's related to Daniel 7. Because I was listening to Don Preston, and
What? Heresy.
yeah. Well, no, it's funny because I don't know how the heck I ended up doing it, but I was listening to some of it because he has some
Autoplay
critique.
YouTube.
Yeah, well, he has some critiques of historicism, like up on his channel, and I thought, well, you know, that was, you know, Don Preston's a pretty big, you know, big player, right? You know, so it'd be cool if I could maybe, you know, he would probably be able to offer some good critiques of my position or whatever, you know. So I thought I'd listen. And
You got to catch the power of it. You had you just had to catch the power of it. That's what reminded you.
Yeah, right.
I wasn't that impressed. We could talk about that later. I was kind of disappointed actually, but anyway, I found out that he believes that the little horn in Daniel 7 was Israel.
Yeah, his position's a little different. I mean,
what do you guys think about that? Do you guys agree with that?
Him and Don and William Bell and a couple other people, like their camp, they hold to that it's actually Israel. Is that
I found that so weird.
Yeah, I try to wrap my head around it, but I still maybe just haven't given enough time to really listen to it.
Okay.
But I mean, I know that's their position.
Okay. What do you think the little horn was, and do you just identify that as Nero, I guess, or something?
Yeah, I haven't really done too much in-depth study. I just like to look at the easier stuff, and then the harder stuff, he just kind of just falls into place.
Horn. There's two little horns. There's two different verses that mention little horns, and they're different.
Are you talking about Revelation 13?
I don't know. There's just two different ones. Which one are you talking? Okay, Daniel 1.
I'm talking about Daniel 7. Yeah, we can talk about Daniel 8 too, actually, because I've been doing a lot of study on Daniel 8. But
that's a different horn from the one in Revelation.
Yeah. So wait. Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. But I'm talking about the little horn in Daniel 7 specifically.
The little horn in Daniel is probably Antiochus Epiphanes.
Okay.
Or I have it back. Or I have it backwards, and I'm thinking of the other one.
Well,
I'm thinking it's Vespasian.
Oh, okay. Well, the funny thing I found out though, or the thing I found funny about Preston's view, I'm trying to look up who he thinks the 10 horns are, because I haven't been able to find a video where he explains that yet. But I found it funny that he was critiquing the historicist view of the little horn, and he interprets the little horn kind of the same way that that historicists do, because he doesn't think the horn is an individual. He views it as like a corporate entity, like in this case a nation. And I just thought that was kind of funny, because he's critiquing the historicist view, and the historicist view is that the 10 horns are not like individual, kings or whatever.
He does the 10 horns starting with Julius Caesar.
Oh wow! See, that's so weird. So he thinks the 10 horns are 10 individual Caesars, but the little horn is a nation.
Yeah, I don't know how he comes up with the little horn being Israel.
That's so funny. Well,
especially when three were plucked, or the year of the four emperors.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted you guys' thoughts on that because that just threw me off guard like completely. I was like, wait a
What did you
minute.
think about Daniel 8, though? You said you've been studying Daniel 8.
Well, I've been convinced for a long time that Antiochus is not the little horn in Daniel 8. And I kind of put it off for a while, like studying it in more detail. I read a lot of different studies on it, and I was thinking for a long time that maybe Rome might be like the little horn because you've got like the four kingdoms talked about in Daniel 7. It would make sense if maybe the the same four kingdoms are
Right, I
talked
see what
about.
you're saying. I kind of saw that just a moment ago too.
Yeah, but I kind of had a few problems with that because in Daniel 8, and I'm just gonna get full disclosure. This is probably gonna be a little too future sounding for you guys' taste, but I
It's
had a problem
Turkey
with
or ISIS.
yeah. Well, no, I think the prophecy has been fulfilled. I definitely think it's been fulfilled. But the problem I had with Rome was that this little horn, when you read it in, let's see, what verse is it? Verse 23, it's talking about the kingdom of the four horns, right? So the kingdom of Greece, basically. And it says in the latter time of their kingdom. And, a lot of people, they try to say this is Antiochus, and I have a lot of reasons for why I don't think this is Antiochus. But
I'm interested.
okay, yeah. Well, you and I, yeah, I remember we talked about it briefly like a while ago. But
I mean,
anyway,
because just before it said Media Persia. I mean, if we're going in chronological historicist order, you would think you would agree with me. So I'm intrigued.
well, no, chronologically, yeah, I'm talking about Greece because it literally says Greece, but that's
Right.
different
That
from.
Antiochus is that guy.
Okay, well, hold on. We'll talk about this. The problem I had with it being Rome was it says the latter time of their kingdom, and they try to say it's Antiochus, but when I look at the history of the Greek, kingdom, right? Antiochus, I think, arose like maybe like 150 years or something like that after the Macedonia was like split up, or Alexander's kingdom was split up. I don't think that qualifies as like the latter end or the latter time of the Greek kingdom. I think that that's a pretty early stage within that split up kingdom. So I didn't. Rome didn't really make any sense to me.
No, it's definitely not Rome. That's too far.
No, it's not far enough, actually. But I actually, so I placed the rise of the little horn actually during the time of the Byzantine Empire. So we're way out of preterist territory. Just letting you know, we're way out of preterist territory. But I saw that in historically anyway, the two main positions that most Protestant commentators took, if they didn't think it was Antiochus, they either thought that
Right.
it was.
It's got to be
Yeah.
somebody who's out of the Greek kingdom, because it says very clearly that
That's another interesting point. That
well, it's Alexander. Well, you're right. It's like slightly after the Greek, I guess you could call it. But Alexander, the height of it, and then it got split into four. But those four came from Greece, and therefore Antiochus is a Greek. So that's like the reasoning behind it.
Well, okay, the first problem with why it can't be Antiochus is because Antiochus is an individual, and in Daniel, the horns are not individuals; they're kingdoms. So this is talking about another kingdom arising out of or after in the latter time of the Grecian kingdom. This is the first reason why it can't be Antiochus. I mean, we could just talk about the reasons.
So I can't where it says, and one of them came forth, the little horn. So one came out of where then?
So that's the interesting thing. So that verse could be read, and for my interpretation, it's not really that big of a deal, but it is kind of a big deal for the Antiochus interpretation because they kind of depend upon it, saying that the little horn comes out of one of the other four horns. It could also just be saying it came out of one of the four winds of heaven. If you read verse,
I mean,
verse 8.
The only reason I say it's him is because he kind of usurped his place. Like, he wasn't even supposed to be anything, but then he kind of through craftiness and all
he doesn't fulfill like any of the criteria.
Sorry.
Okay, so let's look at what the text says, right? So when it talks about the ram, right, the Medo-Persian Empire, because there's a progression that you see here in Daniel 8. It says that the ram did according to his will, and he became great, right? Then the goat comes along, Alexander's empire, and it takes down the Medo-Persian Empire. And then it says it waxed very great, right? So his conquest and his territory waxed very great, so greater than the Medo-Persian Empire. Then when you look at the little horn waxes greater than Alexander's empire, because it says he waxed exceedingly great. And Antiochus doesn't fulfill that criteria, because then it says that he waxed exceedingly great towards the south and the east and the pleasant land. And Antiochus barely even extended his territory. He made a few conquests in Rome, but then he got intimidated by the Romans and he had to leave Egypt.
Maybe it's the same little horn as in Daniel then.
Right.
7.
Well, see, yeah. There's a whole nother chapter that goes over all the
Possibly.
King of the North,
You could
King of
try
the South
arguing
stuff.
that. I will
And you
grant that
have
you
to-
could try arguing that.
You have to look at this through the lens of the King of the North versus the
Because
King
if it's talking about Vespasian, they did exceed Alexander the Great.
Yeah, you could hypothetically argue that it's the same little horn. But again, I think that there's going to be a few.
And the
There's-
Romans did go towards the Pleasant Land as well.
Yeah, and they also took away the daily sacrifice, which is another point in favor of Rome. The only issue then, though, would be you have to figure out what the 2,300 days. If you're preterist, you're using the day method. Because then it talks about the sanctuary or the holy place being cleansed. And
that happened for Antiochus. Like, it was the whole Maccabees, right? Maccabees, like, they cleansed it. They totally took care of that part. That was Maccabees.
Yeah, but he has to fulfill the criteria, the rest of the criteria, in order for him to be a fulfillment of the prophecy.
Where else could it be? Aside from, sometime way after what I'm talking about. Like,
Well, I
think
mean,
it would-
the Jewish war did last about 7 years, though.
Mm-hmm. There's a possibility. But then you got to explain the holy place being cleansed, because Jerusalem continued to be
it
oppressed by
does say
Gentiles.
that they did it. But yeah, of course they went back. That was the whole
I
problem.
mean, you could say it was cleansed just by the sanctuary being destroyed, right?
But then, see, that's when they
Well,
got
no, the
full of
whole
them.
point is, well, technically, hold on. Sorry, my dog is barking.
No worries.
Well, technically, that's another
Doesn't
thing.
bother.
It
Doesn't
actually
bother
takes-
us.
Yeah, sure. Okay, cool. Yeah, but technically, it says the place of his sanctuary was cast down, and the word for
Place
sanctuary.
of
in verse 18
whose
is
sanctuary?
different. Sorry,
Place of whose sanctuary was cast down?
I interpret it as talking. It looks to me like it's talking about the Jerusalem being trodden down, because that's the place of where God's sanctuary was. And
Maybe
Daniel,
we
the
should read that
sanctuary.
part, because I don't know. I think I saw something about, like, it's not talking about like that already happened. He did that, but then his gets he redid it, and then his gets thrown down. The place
You're
of his
talking about Antiochus?
sanctuary will be, he ruined it, but then his thing got squandered as well, and then they'll purify it, which they did, and then
Who are you talking about? Antiochus?
Roman thing comes in, and then
You're confusing me, Albert. I need you. I need you to clarify who you're talking about.
whoever you were talking about in the beginning.
Well, I just said I think it looks to me like the place of God's sanctuary is Jerusalem. And also the word for sanctuary in verse 14 is a different word than it just means holy place in verse 14,
Right.
which can be applied to the land.
In the verse, it says the place of his sanctuary, right? It doesn't tell you who. It says his, which leaves it up for question.
Well,
Whose sanctuary?
right, yeah, it could be translated. Well, what are you suggesting? It's talking about Antiochus' sanctuary?
Antiochus' sanctuary that he put up, or whatever was there in the first place?
Well, it says he magnified himself to the ruler of the host. So it depends on if the him there, his is talking about the ruler of the host, or if it's talking about the little horn.
He is the little horn.
Yeah, I'm saying it depends in verse 11, the his, right, when it says his sanctuary. It
Yeah.
could be referring back to the ruler of the host, or it could be talking about
Right.
the...
Yeah, pretty much that
Rural.
was my whole point. I was just like, we got to be sure which one it's talking about.
Yeah. Well, if you read on into the explanation that Gabriel gives, he talks about him, again, exalting himself against the ruler of rulers.
Okay, but where? Where does it say that? Because if we have to,
Verse
like,
5.
move to a completely
Ruler
different
of rulers.
to get that.
Which, some people suggest that it's talking about like the high priest or something. It sounds more plausible to me that it's talking about God. But,
Scared everybody away. Sorry.
oh wait, was that the sound of people leaving?
Yeah, that's the sound of people dropping like flies.
Oh yeah, well Rob's still here. That's cool. Anyway, I was just gonna say, I think the two qualifiers would either be Rome or the Saracens or the Arabs. The Arab kingdom like arose at the latter time of the Byzantine Empire. Was the conclusion that I came to is probably the most plausible answer to that. But,
What is verse 13? It doesn't quite make sense to me. The sanctuary and the host be trodden underfoot. Who's the host?
The hosts are the people of God.
yeah, there's a few different, like I said, ways that you could actually translate and interpret like verses 11 through 13. There's some interesting nuances there. And yeah, I would say that the host would probably be the interesting thing is the host could be talking about the inhabitants of the land. It could even be talking about the inhabitants of the kingdom, because when you read the explanation given
It could
in
also
verse 3, it says that in the latter time of their kingdom, when transgressors have come to the full, a king will arise. And that also suggests that it's not just the Holy Land or Jerusalem that's in view, but it's talking about the kingdom itself. There's going to be transgressors within this third kingdom that are going to come to the full, and then this other king rises up. So the host could be talking about, hypothetically, it could be talking about just Christians, but it could also be talking about just the inhabitants of the kingdom or the inhabitants of the land.
it could be just that it says because it says the host of heaven, the stars of heaven, a third of the stars of heaven were cast down to the earth. I mean, like just priests. Either way, it's something about God's people, whether it's the priests, just the higher class, or the lower class, or all of them, or whatever. Nonetheless, it's got to be God's people because that's always what it is. It goes hand in hand with the angel stuff.
Yeah, I think it's talking about when apostasy comes to the full. Basically, God's going to raise up this kingdom to whip them. That's basically what it's saying.
Right, like that's pretty much the only difference. Like,
And by the way, that also works against the Antiochus interpretation, because if you read Second Maccabees, it talks about the time just before Israel or Jerusalem was persecuted by Antiochus, and it talks about how Onias the high priest was a righteous man, and all of the laws were being kept in Jerusalem during that time. Like the transgressors had not come to a full during that time period, like when Antiochus came along. Now
so
they started to apostatize slowly, but sorry, what?
have you seen the video by the videos, should I say, by Bruce Gore on these subjects about Antiochus Epiphanes and all this whole section of time about the king of the north, king of the south, all that jazz?
I haven't watched his stuff on Daniel. No, I've seen some of his other stuff on Revelation and other topics.
You should definitely check it out. Likewise, I should check out that book you were talking about earlier.
Okay, yeah, sure. Does he say that like Daniel? Well, because he's a preterist, so that's what you want me to.
But no, I mean, I'm just in for the historical parts of what he says, which is that's what his videos are pretty much. Like
Yeah, sure.
he is, but he's trying to show you through history like this stuff did happen. He's like, it'll say some vague stuff like King of the North will do this and the King of the South will do that, and then it'll be like, but then the King of the North will do this in return. And a normal person just reading this would just think like, oh, like King of the North, that's one guy, and then King of the South is clearly some other guy, and you have two guys here in the story. But that's not what's actually happening. What's happening is it's actually going through a whole slew of guys over, it's just giving you the whole lowdown on what the king of this region, whoever it is going to do versus what the king of the other region is going to do to the north of you and to the south of you. And that's what's going to happen. If you follow it all the way through, you go all the way up to Mark Antony, Cleopatra, and even right up to the Romans. It's pretty amazing.
Right. Hey, can you hear me? Sorry, something weird.
Oh, sorry. There's one verse that says something about and no one will help him. It ends. Isn't that one of Daniel's or something like that? It says something about a king and no one will help him. That's the end of the chapter. That's Nero. Like, it has to be Nero. He's the only dude in history that everybody was like, screw you, dude. It's like, right? Like, we're not helping you. Oh, sorry if you missed all that. Bummer.
Hey, hello. Sorry, dude. I like something stupid just happened and I wasn't able to talk.
Oh, well, it's all recorded.
Can you repeat that point real quick though about the King of the North? Because I think
Yeah,
you said something that.
my point was just like, you would think that. All right, so in the story, a normal person reading the story would just think that King of the North is one person, and King of the South is a second person, and so
Right.
you are just having like this dispute, and so you're looking for that. Oh dear, there he goes again. Wait,
I'm
was
here.
it? Oh, there you go. So
Yeah, I think it was us.
you heard all that?
Yeah. You're saying it's really in reality it's talking
Right, but
about like.
it's actually the whole list of the whole kings of that region. It's the whole thing of what all of them are going to do, all throughout going through time. So he's giving you the lowdown on all of them. All of the King of the North faction, so everybody that's to the north and everybody to the
Yeah,
south.
no, I would agree with that. Like that's what I've been saying. I just
Right,
wonder.
Like, I'm so surprised that we're in agreement with so much, but then like just minor
But
details.
well, my next question is, why aren't you consistent about it? Like, if like, why is the king in Daniel 8 one dude, but then the king in Daniel 11 is like a whole dynasty of people?
That's what I'm saying. Okay, well, we gotta work on that. Like, I haven't thought of anything else.
Dude, you gotta listen. You should just study
Are they the
historicism.
same guys though? Are they? Maybe they're the same guys. Maybe he's talking about no. There's plenty of dudes in the season right after Antiochus.
I'm looking for consistency here. That's what my thing is, right? Like, I really think this is like one part of the crux of the issue when it comes to the eschatology debate, because this is like super important. Like, there's a massive difference between Daniel prophesying about like these successive individual kings or rulers versus him talking about successive or simultaneous kingdoms or nations or forms of government or something like that, right? So it's like you're sitting here telling me the little horn, the king in Daniel 8, that's one guy, that's Antiochus. But then in Daniel 11, you're telling me, no, those aren't just two dudes. Those two kings are successions of kings. You know what I mean? Like, that's just, upon what basis are you interpreting the prophecies so inconsistently?
Well, I'm not trying to, but it says.
I know you're not trying to. I'm not coming at you.
I mean, look. So, in the latter time of their, as in all four of them, kingdom,
Right.
when the transgressions are come to the full, a king, a singular one king.
No, but when you go back to Daniel 7, king is simultaneous with kingdom. It means the same thing.
Well,
The fourth beast.
It doesn't, because look, you can't have a kingdom without a king. So if you don't have no kings, you ain't got no kingdom.
In Daniel 7, like, Albert, listen. In Daniel 7, right, when it's talking about the four beasts, it says it calls the four beasts four kings. And later on in Daniel 7, it says the fourth beast that shall arise is the fourth kingdom upon earth. King is interchangeable with kingdom in Daniel. And so all I'm saying is we can establish how the language is being used if we just read through.
How do you know?
If we just read through Daniel 7 through Daniel 8, we can clearly see the way he's using the word king, the word kingdom, the word horn, like what the horns depict. And you're even willing to concede that to some extent.
But it says
did Antiochus ever have a peace agreement?
Yeah, I mean, it says, "In his power shall be mighty, but not by his own power. He shall destroy wonderfully," which is what he did. He wrecked a whole bunch of stuff, but I
don't think he did peace though, like Vespasian did.
Yeah, kind of like similar, but not exactly the same. He was kind of actually a shyster.
And who did?
It wasn't. Vespasian wasn't.
Who's the Prince of Princes?
Oh, where's that? Oh,
Daniel 8:25.
Yeah. Oh, and also Daniel 8:11. It talks about the prince of the host or the ruler of the host.
In his heart. Yeah, exactly.
So it makes more sense for Vespasian to me to go up against.
He stands up against the Prince of Princes. That's That's
That could
gotta
be talking about like the high priest. Some people think it's talking about the high priest. Others think it's talking about Christ or God.
Okay, well,
But,
yeah. I mean, you could say they didn't get that far yet, but okay, yeah.
what do you mean?
Like they
Yeah,
don't know they don't know who Jesus is yet. So,
yeah, I think
Well,
that
no,
makes
yeah,
more
it's
sense to
good,
me that Daniel 8 is talking about Vespasian.
but he shall be broken without hand, and that's exactly what happened to him. He just died. Like he just died.
And also, in what way did Vespasian understand dark sentences? That's another part about the prophecy that
No, not
I don't think
Vespasian.
Rome
But
fits.
Well,
Because
Vespasian did miracles
dark
according to
sentences.
oh,
Do you
that's
know
interesting.
what does
Well,
dark
but that's not the
sentences
same thing
mean?
as dark sentence. Like in scripture, dark sentences has to do with like parables or like deep
Exactly.
like things and stuff.
He
And I don't
understands
see how
dark sentences.
Antiochus fits
See,
in here. I
they're
don't see how
shadowy.
Antiochus.
They're veiled, right? They're very mysterious.
I don't see how Antiochus fits that.
Yeah, he understood that, and that's why he did all the stuff he did. He did it.
What do
He
you mean?
knew.
He understood parables and stuff.
Maybe he already had the prophecy. I don't know how he did it, but he did it. If he fit the bill, like right,
He
100%.
doesn't
I mean,
fit the
it would
bill. He
seem
failed
because I
miserably.
always thought Daniel 8 was out of place because it's like Daniel 7, Daniel 9 go
Right? Yeah.
together, and then
Exactly.
Daniel 8's like out of place or out of
But
order.
again,
But now that it's
if
Vespasian, it
if
all goes
8 is
together.
Antiochus, if 8 is Antiochus, then the other one is not Antiochus. They're not the same horn. That's my
I
position.
would say
I would agree
Antiochus
they're not.
isn't even in the play.
Yeah, I would agree they're not the same horn technically. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they are the
But
same horn. They're both Vespasian.
So how can you show me that they are the same
that's
horn?
fine. You should work
And
on
you know what?
developing that and be open
If
to
you can
hearing
show
your
me
argument.
that they're both the same horn, clearly. Maybe I'll
Well,
give you.
Antiochus doesn't like he fails miserably to even meet the criteria, dude. Like, like
Uh-uh.
Antiochus,
No, he doesn't. He totally meets like all points.
Antiochus was not greater than Alexander. Like he
We
did
talk about
not.
Antiochus 4, right? Not
Yes, Antiochus the fourth. In fact, he didn't even subdue Judea. Antiochus the third subdued Judea before Antiochus the fourth even came to power. Like, come on, dude.
it
And like
says.
I said, you
Okay,
still
well,
have the
okay.
same
I
problem.
mean, I could get silly
I
with
want
it
to
and
talk
say
about the King of Kingdoms thing, by the way, because that's a huge problem, man. Like,
a
you got to
king,
answer.
a king of dark. Well, a king. Both of them could be evil. I assume we're talking about one king here. Like, I'm not trying to make it complicated. It should be very
No.
simple.
I'm not trying either, but I'm trying to point out what I see as inconsistency in your hermeneutic, because you're
Right, but
saying
I mean,
in chapter
you
11.
do have to admit that it was talking about Babylon, then it was talking about Persia, right, Medo-Persia, and then
Yeah,
it was talking about Greece. So, like, logical conclusion, what's the next one? Or is that is it a logical fallacy? It doesn't follow that Rome is the fourth.
Well, Rome definitely is the fourth, though.
That's what I'm saying. So,
there's
3-4 is in the playbook. I mean, he didn't mention it before,
Well,
so.
they were
Yeah, but
already
look,
included.
I'm just saying, it seems to me like there should be more players here, more teams
yeah,
or
I'm
something.
just saying in Daniel 7, yeah, it's
Well,
talking
he already
about.
went to Media, Persia, and he went to Greece. Why wouldn't the next one be Rome? I mean, that goes
Yeah,
in order.
a possible argument you could make if the kingdom comes out of Greece, you might. Now, although I do think that an argument can be made because Rome was actually handed over, if I'm not mistaken, one of the four kingdoms. I can't remember which one it was. I think it was Cassander's like portion or something like that. Like he sold out to the Romans, if I'm not mistaken. So just playing devil's advocate, like you could probably also explain how
Right,
it
you
was.
can totally play devil's advocate. I'll be the devil.
Ah,
I'll be
the
the
advocate.
slanderer.
This is interesting. You were talking about the dark sentences. This is
Yeah.
a pretty interesting translation. Instead of dark sentences, it says he will have a mean-looking face.
Oh no, that's a translation of a different word in the same verse. It says he will be of strong face and skilled in dark sentences.
Meaning he understands, like he's crafty.
Look
Like
at
he knows
look
some
at the next
stuff.
part of the
Got
verse.
some Some beefy knowledge.
The literal version says a strong face and skilled at intrigues.
Is that JP Green's translation?
Oh, that's just the LITV.
Okay, that's JP Green.
Let's see what Young's
If you look up
does.
the word, if you look up the word, it's translated as like dark sentences, and it's equated with like parables and riddles
Yeah,
and stuff like that.
the
Exactly,
Young's
yeah.
little translation says understanding hidden things, which is probably not too bad.
Same difference.
Right. It's the same.
But
It's the
some versions leave it completely out.
That's weird. That's
Yeah.
weird. What? Yeah, it's the same word used in the Psalm that Christ quotes, where he says that I will utter a dark sentence. I will speak in parables.
Yeah.
So it's like equated with like
It's a
philosophical.
dark sentence. It's like a light sentence is something you can clearly understand, but a dark sentence is
Another one says
Don't take a little
who
finger.
understands riddles.
Can't see so well.
Yeah.
I mean,
dude-
was Vespasian a king of bold face?
Don't think so.
It depends.
he
I mean, it depends on
was.
what you mean. I think that's a pretty general kind of thing you could apply to like, because I
A
think
lot of
that kind
people.
of yeah.
Well, I
like,
mean,
it
I've seen a
depends.
picture of. I mean, I've seen a statue of, right? If that's actually him, like, he was kind of
Yeah.
like chubby, but he looked like he was a good general, probably. He didn't have no hair. He was bald.
Gotcha.
You never seen the statue of Vespasian?
I probably have.
He
No, I
does
think
kind of
it
have a
is.
bold. He
Totally.
does kind of have a bold face.
He does. It's a little bit. He's a general. I mean, he was a commander or
I
whatever.
don't think it's
With the
describing
one,
the literal face. I think it's just saying he's going to be fierce. He's going to be mean. It's a mean kingdom trotting underfoot. You know.
Antiochus fits that bill. Vespasian doesn't. Vespasian
Yeah,
wasn't.
he doesn't
He was
fit any of the other. No.
Antiochus was being king.
Vespasian attacked Jerusalem. What are you talking about?
Only because there was rebellion. They actually had already
Look,
previously killed Romans.
Albert,
Like, the reason why Rome was like, all
Albert.
right, now you're gonna get squashed.
I think you're hung up on Antiochus.
No, it
Albert,
is. Look at
Explain to me how it is that in Daniel 11, kings are talking about successions of kings. In Daniel 8, a king is talking about a specific guy that was living during the time of the Maccabees. You still got to explain that, dude.
Okay.
I feel like every time I bring this point up to people, like I never get a response. Like I never get an answer to this very basic, simple point. Like,
Okay, right. So starting, I'm gonna go backwards all the way to Romans. That's where we're supposed to go. We're gonna go even past Antiochus, right?
I'm gonna
Because
call
that's
it
what
a
we have to
night.
do. What?
okay, Rob, good talking,
All right.
man.
Yeah, you
All
can.
right.
You can.
Thanks for
Right.
coming. All right.
Yeah, man.
Love you
good talking
guys.
to you. All right, man. See you.
Good to hear from you.
Yeah. Thanks. You too. Okay, look, man. Well, look, Albert. Damn it.
Keep going if you want.
Look. We are going to. I'm going to corner you on this, dude, because this is fucking old, all right? Like,
Oh, look.
Listen,
So 11. Check it out. Ready?
No. Listen to me. Pay close attention to my argument, okay? Listen to me. Daniel 7:17. Okay, listen to what the verse says. These great beasts, which are four. Okay, what are the four beasts? Tell me what the four beasts are.
Babylon, Medo-Persia, which is one.
Yes.
Persia,
Yes.
Greece, and then Rome.
Okay, so those are kingdoms, right?
True.
Okay, check this out. Daniel 7:17. These great beasts, which are four kings, which shall arise out of the earth. That's not talking about like four specific individual dudes that were gonna like die in 10 years, right?
I could easily see that, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's just go the greatest ones of each one. The first
But
one's
then skip down to verse 23, because the four kings or the four beasts are called kings, right? But look at what the fourth beast is described as. Thus he said, the fourth beast is the fourth kingdom upon earth, which shall be that small king. So
that's
kings
Caesar.
equivalent. Listen, my point is kings are equivalent to kingdoms in the book of Daniel. It's not just talking about one specific guy. It's talking about a kingdom. So when you go into Daniel 8, you see the exact same thing. When you look at the explanation that the angel gives to Daniel in Daniel 8:20, the ram which you saw having 2 horns are the kings of Media and Persia. But those aren't talking about just 2 specific guys, right? Because Medo-Persia lasted for a couple hundred years, right? It was an actual standing.
Right. But the king that shall arise was the first one that it's talking about. That's the first guy, Darius or whoever it was, the first king of the Persians of the whole thing when they took it over from Babylon. When they came in and took it, like that was the guy. So it was Nebuchadnezzar, and then it was this guy, and then it was Alexander, and then it was Julius Caesar, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4 kings.
Yeah, but I'm saying
also
that
that's kingdoms because that's the start of the kingdom.
Look. My point is the horns are kingdoms, right? So it's not just talking about like the first king of Media and the first king of Persia. It's talking about the actual reigns, rulerships of Media and Persia, right? And then in verse 21, when it says the rough goat is the king of Grecia, the great horn that is between his eyes is the first king, okay? Guess what? Again, Alexander wasn't broken into 4. His kingdom was broken into 4.
Of course, yeah. I wouldn't argue that.
So all these horns are talking about kingdoms, but when we read about this little horn, that's not a kingdom.
Either way, it's the kingdom that comes from Antiochus Epiphanes.
He didn't have a kingdom, bro. He was like the frickin' actually, I even have that written down in my notes.
It was the whole portion that he had, which is what Rome took.
Here, hold on 1 second. I have this written down in my notes here somewhere.
Like, there's literally nothing else. Like, if you can disprove what I'm saying here, like, pretty much I lose.
Was the 8th out of a total of 26 kings.
It has to be Rome.
Ruled over Syria.
If it's not Rome, I lose. You know.
I don't think it can be Rome either because Rome had to come in the latter end of the Grecian kingdom, and that was the Byzantine Empire.
No, I'm saying like it should be still the Greece, but if it's not Greece into Rome, somewhere in there, like then I lose. Like it can't be after, otherwise my whole thing is garbage.
Yeah,
right?
it was a Muslim empire that grew out of the Byzantine, or during the latter time of their kingdom, the latter time of the Grecian kingdom.
I don't think these guys have anything to do with it. Like this is all horse puckery.
I know you don't. You're a filthy preterist.
No, we're just putting shit at this point, you know?
Huh? Sorry, what was that?
With the whole like Muslims and the prophecies and like Muhammad and like all this like new prophets and all this, like this is all shenanigans to me.
Well, no. Yeah, of course you say that, right? Because you can't point to because you don't have a consistent hermeneutic. That's why you say that. But Christ said in Luke 21. Listen. Christ said in Luke 21 that as a result of 70 AD, right? What was going to happen to the Jews in Jerusalem? He said that the Jews were going to be taken captive into all nations, right? And then he said Jerusalem was going to be trodden underfoot by the Gentiles until the time of the Gentiles was fulfilled. And that's beyond 70 AD because Jerusalem continued to be trodden underfoot by the Gentiles long after 70 AD.
What? Nobody lived there until 1947, right?
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? You're joking, right? You're pulling that leg.
Of course I'm joking.
Yeah. I know, like, no way Albert really believes that. Albert showed me the book. But no, look, think about it. Jerusalem was trodden underfoot after 70 AD. Who did that include? Well, that included guys like Emperor. What was that one emperor that even like renamed Jerusalem? He built like a pagan temple. I forgot the dude's name now.
Oh, right, yeah, that's right. Like one of the Roman emperors afterwards.
Even after him, after the Western Empire fell, right? That Greek-speaking empire, the Eastern Byzantine Empire, which was Greek, right? You had guys like Emperor Justinian. You had like Roman Catholics and Eastern Orthodox guys like trotting underfoot, right? And then guess what, though? Then you had Islam rising in the 600s, and they're going to war with the Byzantine Empire. and they're treading Jerusalem underfoot too. And then you even have after them the Turks rise up, who are also Muslim, and they end up
Again,
trying the holy place, the city underfoot. Dude, Jerusalem was trying. My point is,
I thought, yeah, but I thought
there's
like
no
this is
more
all,
obvious of a fulfillment of Christ's words when he says to Jerusalem will continue to be trodden underfoot by the Gentile than like this.
but it's
Like,
already wrecked. Yeah, 70 AD, it's wrecked, and like, so who cares if you come to it after that? Like, it's already endgame. So like, you're
why
saying
did he
like
even bother
2,000,
saying that? Why did he
a
even
thousand
bother?
years, 500 years, 400, whatever, how many ever years afterwards? Like,
Well, why did he even?
just
Why did he
trodden
even
down
bother?
some crap that doesn't even matter anymore. It's like
Well, when were the times of the Gentiles fulfilled then? Because
time of the
according to
Gentiles.
Christ, the
The
times of the
time of
Gentiles.
the Gentiles. The
Yeah,
only
it
thing that makes sense
ends.
to me is.
Huh?
Sorry, can you hear?
Yeah. Well, I was just saying. I think we're talking over each other, but it might be a lag. But I was just saying the time of the Gentiles ends when Jerusalem stops being trodden underfoot, and that's the same thing happening in Daniel 8. You've got the little
Exactly.
horn.
The time of the Gentile ends because the time of the Gentiles is over and Jerusalem gets sacked and it gets burned to the ground and it is no more because the Gentiles are done trotting it down. It's over.
Yeah, and that lasted beyond 70 AD.
No, it was gone. It was gone. Not one piece, not
You're
one
just gonna
brick.
ignore like 2,000 years of history.
No, no, not one stone will be left upon another, meaning they erased it. It's gone. Like
Let's talk about the temple.
if people went back after the fact, like that's fine. They could have done that.
Dude, he
But
said this is
there's a
happening
risk.
as a result of 70 AD. When you read Luke 21, he says the Jews are going to be taken captive into all nations, and that happened in 70 AD. We have Josephus talking about how they were, gathered together by the Romans, and they were taken into different places, right? So that happened as a result of 70 AD, right? What else happened as a result of 70 AD? Jerusalem's trodden underfoot by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles is fulfilled.
Yeah, until the time of the Gentiles or the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. That doesn't mean they're going to be like in Jerusalem ruling it or anything like that. That just simply means that they're going to be there kicking your ass until it's over and then it's done.
This is happening as a result of them.
They're trotting you underfoot. They're not here on friendly terms. They're here to kick your ass.
Luke 21:24 it says, "They shall fall by the edge of the sword." Okay, that's happening from the Romans, right? "And shall be led away captive into all nations." That's also the result of what the Romans did. "And Jerusalem will be trodden underfoot by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled." That also happened as a result.
It's all the same. It's describing a time period.
Yeah, until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. Jerusalem continued to be trodden down and after 70 AD.
Yeah,
It didn't end.
No, you can't. I mean, you can take it farther, but there's no need because it's already erased. If every stone is going to be removed from its place, like it's already done by the end of 70 AD, it's over. But it takes
They're talking about the temple being destroyed, though, dude.
It takes 66 to 70 AD because it's the whole city. Have you seen a video on the siege of Jerusalem and exactly what happened?
What do you mean? Have I seen a video?
Have you like watched the video that adequately
I
explains
know
and
what
shows
happened
you
at the siege of
with
Jerusalem, man.
visuals exactly what happened point by point during the whole battle?
Oh, because Josephus's his video camera. They found
Yeah,
that.
exactly, bro.
Yeah.
No, you love Josephus, just like looking at Isaac Newton's video camera, right?
Yeah.
Same difference.
My point is just it's obvious that Jerusalem continued to be trodden down, just as the Jews continued to be held captive in all nations. That happened after Rome destroyed the city. They led the Jews captive into all nations.
Okay.
Right? Afterwards. Okay? So why are we like arbitrarily there's so many arbitrary things that you're doing
Okay,
to make it
fair enough. Let's say I want to convert right now. Let's say I'm interested in becoming a believer in your version. What have you got for me? Like why
Daniel
like
8.
what do I have to expect in the near future? Like just tell me like
Hold on. We're talking about Daniel 8 and Luke 21. That's what we're talking about. I'll tell you how I understand it. Okay, so Daniel 8 is talking about Jerusalem, the same thing Luke 21 mentions, Jerusalem is being trodden underfoot by this Gentile power, which is an entirely different kingdom. It's not just like one specific dude. It's an entirely different kingdom if we're interpreting Daniel consistently, okay? And if we're also interpreting the 2300 day prophecy consistently using the day year principle, okay, which I've also talked about before.
Right, I know what you mean by the day year. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. This is something that's really cool. Okay, in my opinion. Okay, like you're probably not going to think it's anything, but there were commentators who were writing like in the 17, even 1800s, who could tell like what this prophecy was dealing with, right? So you have guys like, for example, like there's actually two Newtons in the history of like Bible commentators. They call them the two Newtons. There's Isaac Newton, right? He wrote like his work on Daniel and Revelation. There's another guy named Bishop Thomas Newton, and he wrote a commentary on Daniel like in like the 1800s. And he talked about Daniel 8, and he talked about how he says that we should start because the little horn, right, comes after the time of the Grecian Empire, right? He said we should start the 2300 years from the time when Alexander's empire rose up then. And he said that at the end of that 2300 years, the Jews are going to be restored. The city, Jerusalem is going to be, because in the prophecy it says that the holy place will be justified, or the holy place will be vindicated, meaning it's going to stop, it's going to be vindicated from its violence that it's suffered, right?
And to me, that was the Maccabees, the 2300.
Right. I'll grant that point. I'll grant that. I'll grant that. That's how you read it. Just bear with me. So, but he said that after the 2300 years from 334 BC, when Alexander's empire rose up to power, that's what's going to happen. You had another guy named Adam Clark, who you might have heard of, who he said he gave a definitive date. So he said, yeah, we should begin the count from 334 BC when Alexander's empire rose up, and that'll take us, he said, to 1966. The problem was he forgot that when you're calculating BC to AD, you got to add an extra year, right? So it was really 1967, okay? But the point is, these guys understood before it happened. Like, they knew, because they didn't claim to be prophets or inspired or anything. They were just interpreting scripture, right? So they're saying, okay, 334 BC, 2300 years later, 1967, that's when Jerusalem was going to stop being trodden underfoot, okay? 1967 marked the time of the Six-Day War, when the Jews gained control of Israel for the first time in 2,000 years from their Muslim counterparts, who up until that point, like I said, since the 600 AD, had been warring with the Byzantine Empire.
My only question is, how did these Jews acquire this land now in the 6-day war exactly? What happened? Any supernatural events that where God was like clearly like, yep, I got these guys, aside from the fact that it was won in 6 days. You know,
well, let me look. Besides that fact, yeah.
But aside from that, but you can't use that.
Look. And let me clarify too. Like, I'm, and I think you know this. Like, I'm not, because I have my views about ethnic Israel, but I'm not like a hardcore like Zionist.
Yeah, of course. No, we're not trying to be mean to anybody. We're not anti-Semitic or anything. Like, I love.
But let's just say though, let's just acknowledge. But you have to admit, okay, Thomas Newton, Adam Clark, these guys were writing in like the 1800s. Actually, no, Clark was writing in 1825. That's a pretty crazy coincidence. Like, can we at least acknowledge that that's a weird coincidence? Like, like they came up with this calculation, and they said that this is what's going to happen afterwards. And we have like an event that
okay. I will grant you that it is a very peculiar coincidence, but I have ways of explaining that. It's called people did it on purpose to try and make it look like. That's all. That's all I got really, though. That's my whole hand. Sorry.
Oh, great. Okay, yeah, the conspiracy. So I would argue that marked the end of the times of the Gentiles. That's when the Jerusalem stopped being trodden underfoot by the Gentiles.
Fair enough. Okay,
that's my argument.
Now they got it back, and now what?
I could change my mind on that.
It's fine. I'm curious. Like, all right, so now they got it back, and now it's been a while since they got it back. So now what? End of days coming, we're all screwed. How much? Like, should I even bother raising my plants? They're just gonna get burned up anyway, right?
Bro, you should know. You should have some kind of idea of my eschatology by now. You know,
I
like
really do. I'm just
when
I'm
you ask me
poking
this
at you.
question.
I mean, I'm looking at a pile of. I'm like, I brought all my hot pepper plants in, so I'm looking at like a corner of hot
Okay,
pepper
yeah.
plants. They're hot, and they're making me think of hot things.
Okay, man, cool. Yeah, plant your plants, bro. Plant your plants. Plant all your hot pepper plants.
They're totally already planted. I brought them in for the winter. They're like sitting on a tarp in my room.
Okay,
Here.
cool. Yeah, enjoy them.
They're in pots, but they're very hot. Like some of
Yeah.
them are very, very. I got reapers. Here.
Is not going to
Do a
bloom up
reaper if you'd like.
in a few weeks.
They're definitely like not good for you.
Yeah, if you eat too much. Anyway, that's my interpretation of Daniel 8. But you know, even if my interpretation of Daniel 8 is wrong, which I don't think it is, but I would say that my arguments still stand. That the little horn has to be talking about a kingdom, and it's freaking weird for you.
No, I agree. I was thinking that actually earlier as you were speaking and saying stuff. I was like, wow, he's talking and like the way he's putting it makes it sound like the kingdoms are actually the horns. The horn, like the bigger the horn, the bigger the greater the kingdom. It's like
Thank
perfect
God.
metaphor,
Thank
right?
God.
Like a unicorn,
How
right?
do
Like
you
a
think?
unicorn, it's got a huge horn. It's like that's the guy. That's Alexander the Great.
That is kind of funny. Huh? It was technically a unicorn, I guess. Huh?
Yeah, he totally definitely is. I mean, like, where else do you think this nonsense comes from? You think there's actually a horse out there that has a horn on its forehead? Like,
Rhinoceros unicorns.
But yeah, that was tied. I don't know. You want to talk about anything else, or I mean, I have one thing I was going to ask whoever was still here. If you're still here, so.
I was gonna keep jumping on Antiochus Epiphanes, but you know, if you want to go to something
Definitely
else.
jump on Antiochus. Go for it. I'll bring this up later.
What was that?
Do whatever you were gonna do. I'll bring this up later.
Yeah, no, I don't care, man. It's whatever. I mean, I've given most of them already.
Like, no, seriously. All right, so you watched. I'll link them to you on Discord. Is that cool?
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Well,
go ahead. Yeah,
It's just like 2 videos, and you don't have to watch all of them because like.
Yeah, no, sure.
But it's the Bruce Gore stuff, and it's gonna be on that section that we were talking about, which is the King of the North, King of the
Sure.
South.
Gotcha. So is he saying that like the King of the North and King of the South at the beginning of Daniel 11, like by the time you get to the end, it's talking about like different kings or whatever?
Correct, and that's what I was going to tell you. Like, all right, so if I can take Daniel, but rather than starting from the beginning and going to the end, I want to go backwards. That's all. So
Yeah,
I'm thinking,
I'm telling you,
if
like
I'm allowed
that is,
to go backwards,
yeah.
can I do it? I don't know if
Wait,
I'm like
are you-
feeding back. I feel like you're
What
trying
do
to.
you mean? You start from Daniel 11?
Yeah, I'm gonna do 11. I'm gonna tell you what it's saying.
Yeah,
Who
go
it's
for it.
talking
Yeah,
about.
I still gotta sharpen up on Daniel 11 anyway, so I don't have any problems.
Right, but I'm not going to go from the beginning to the end. I'm going to go backwards. I'm going to go from 45. So I'm going to go from the last verse to the beginning.
Yeah, sure, man.
Right, just tell me if it makes sense.
Yeah, sure.
And he shall plant the tabernacles of his palace between the seas in the glorious holy mountain. Yet he shall come to his end, and none shall help him. That is Nero. Now going back before that, it says,
Okay. Okay, sorry. I just got totally like, damn, dude, that's a long way to go from Antiochus.
I know, right? Like, look, dude. But hold on, you got to go backwards. You got to step it
Yeah,
back.
no, please. Yeah, keep going. Wait, how is that fulfilled
This is
by
the
Nero?
end. This is the end. This is the final
Right,
verse.
right. No,
Final
but
verse.
how is that fulfilled by Nero? Like, how did he plant his tabernacle? Like, what does that mean?
That's when he was the one who sent the siege to go get Jerusalem and take them down. He planted his tabernacle. Yeah, man, that's what he did. He put his thing, his camp, his tent, whatever you want to call it, he put it right there, right in between there, and then he sieged them from there. Like, it's totally
It says
him.
of his palace.
There's nobody else in the entire world in all of history that fits
No.
the bill.
I'm not arguing against it. I just want to know, like, I just want to understand how you're interpreting the language. So when it says the tabernacles of his palace,
Yeah.
what does that mean, and where's the location exactly of that?
You have to read all the. You kind of have to read it all with like it's not my wordage. I didn't pick it. He did. Or whoever translated this picked that. I didn't.
No, I just mean, what does that mean? Like, how did Nero fulfill that?
Plans the tabernacles of his palace because he's trying to put down the rebellion. So this is what happens. It says Nero says, "Go down, put the rebellion down." Vespasian goes down. He plants the tabernacles. He puts his army camps all up there. He's made in the thing, right? So that's what that is. And he did actually. If you look at it, he did do it in that kind of a location, like it says, between the glorious mountain and the sea, and that's where he had it.
Bruce Gore will explain it a little bit more detail.
But see, before that, it talks about other things like
Yeah. Keep going, please.
Look, yeah, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
See, like, look, he shall enter also into the glorious land, and many countries shall be overthrown, but these shall escape out of his hand. Even Edom, Moab, and the children of...
Wait, where are you? Oh, you skipped up to 41. What the heck?
Of course I'm skipping back up to 41. I mean, you can't just go backwards one by one.
You said you're going backwards, and you started from 45.
You can't go one by one. You'll never get anywhere that way.
Okay.
Skip where you got to go with back in history.
Forgive me. Okay.
So anyway, but he shall have power over the treasures of gold and silver and all the precious things of Egypt, and the Libyans and Ethiopians shall be at his step, but tidings out of the east shall not out of the north shall trouble him. Therefore he shall go forth with great fury to destroy and utterly make way many.
Yeah. I can read it, by the way. I have it here in front of me, so you can just tell me what they mean if you want.
No, this is all different. This is different stuff. This is beforehand. Like before this is Mark Antony and Cleopatra. And like it goes.
Wait, what?
Yeah, exactly. If you trace it through the history and you look at what it says, you can actually find that all of 11 is giving you the whole description from Alexander all the way down through all of the King of the North, King of the South, all the way up to Rome.
Interesting.
And that's the final verse. Rome is the final verse, but apparently, according to King James, Rome starts somewhere in 30.
I've typically, what do you mean according to King James? This word. I've typically
the chapter.
A traditional view is that Rome is introduced in verse 31 when it talks about arms standing on his part there.
Oh well, yeah, okay, it could be 30 or 31, whatever.
Well, because the reasoning is because in verse, I don't know if you'd agree with this, but verse 30 it talks about the Romans basically pushing back Antiochus, right?
Right. That's just the first mention of the Romans, and that's where they come in. And see, do you see how it's you just said Antiochus?
So, the way that you could read it is that when it says arms shall stand on his part in verse 31, that's talking about Kittim, Rome.
Yeah, of course, on the Roman part. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you think verse 31 is talking about Rome when it talks about them polluting the sanctuary and all that?
No.
Oh, okay. No, see, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so you could read verse 31 when it says arms shall stand on his part, that the his there is talking about Kittim.
The Romans didn't do that back then. That was Antiochus that did that.
Well, obviously, this would be skipping ahead, right?
No, I mean, right there, the ships of Chittim come against Antiochus, right? And the army shall stand on his part.
Yeah, so the his could be talking about Kittim, like the part of Kittim.
And they shall pollute the sanctuary of strength and shall take away the daily sacrifice. It was already taken away by the Romans can come and take it away a second time.
Yeah, they did that in 70 AD. What are you talking about?
That's way after the fact. It doesn't skip that hard. It does skip.
Yeah,
it skips. I agree.
Well,
It's 100% skips, but it doesn't skip that hard.
Oh my god, that's funny. Well, no, there's actually some good argument. Well, I still don't know what you think. So would you say that like 32 onwards that's talking about like the Maccabees, like when it says such as do wickedly against the covenant, it's talking about the Jews being persecuted, or the Jews under Antiochus?
Which verse?
verse 32.
30.
Like,
Oh, yeah.
well, because verse 31 talks about, you're saying that's Antiochus, right?
Yeah. Shall take
Yeah,
away.
so
They shall place the abomination that maketh desolate, and they shall do wickedly against the covenant, for he shall corrupt flattery. Corrupt. Okay. Yeah. And do exploits.
okay, yeah. There was some reason, I don't have them in front of me here, but E.B. Elliott gave a refutation of why this
Yeah.
doesn't match the description.
And
of the
this is
Maccabees.
exactly what he did. He massacred them. Like, he was just murking people left and right. Like, ain't nobody else in that time frame even coming close to what he did. He's the only
Hold
person
on.
that could possibly fit the bill. Otherwise, you're right. Either it's him or it's gotta be somebody else, because there's nobody else that even comes close.
Yeah, well, here, I gotta look up E.B. Elliott's thing here. He gives like a pretty good, I think he gives good arguments against why this isn't talking about Antiochus.
Yeah, but
Or the
when's the
Maccabees.
time he went through all of the kings of the north and kings of the south? Like, I think that's a vital thing you have to do. You literally have to follow them one by one and see
Oh
exactly
yeah, I mean, like I said,
all the
I
things
definitely,
that are perfect matches. If you can't do that, like,
yeah, I definitely would like to read through 1 through 30 more, like in more detail, and kind of get a better grasp on that. Let's see. Where is it here? Excuse me. Well, I mean, I don't think I could just read it all to you, but
you don't have to read it all to me. You can just tell me, like, if it's a link, and I can go look at it.
well, this is like an entire section from his book. So,
Oh, well, then just just message me the book and the verses that, or wherever the chapter you want me to read.
yeah, here, I can just do that. Well, and I can read some
Sections.
of it. So like he says here, I'm trying to find the specific part though where he talks about the Maccabees.
Right, I mean, to me, it all makes perfect sense. Like, all of it all fits kind of in there. It's
Oh, I
just like,
know.
it's like a
Yeah.
puzzle, and it's like, all right, so I have this one piece. I'm not sure exactly where it goes yet. I know it goes somewhere in this puzzle, though.
Yeah, Daniel 11. I've heard quite a few ways of interpreting Daniel 11, which is why I want to really take my time with that one. And
Really, really should watch the Bruce Gore. Bruce Gore, I'll link them to you in the Discord.
no problem. Oh, there's another kind of interesting one. I can send you a playlist on Daniel 11 I was listening to. I'm not like totally sold on it, but you might find it interesting.
Well, no, I mean, dude, when I first read that one part at the end, right there, and like, I know exactly what Nero did, right? So it says, and he shall plant the tabernacles of his palace between the seas and the glorious holy mountain, yet he shall come to his end, and none shall help him. That last verse, man, whew, ain't nobody else. He's the only man I've ever been taught about in my entire life that ever got totally screwed over, and not even his guards were going to help him. He was like, "Can you guys kill me?" And they were like, "No, you do it yourself."
Right. Yeah, I got you.
Although there are conflicting accounts. Maybe there's one that somebody killed him. But whatever. None shall help him. It seems to say God was right. Nobody helped him. So
Yeah.
he had to do it himself.
So this is what Elliot says when he's talking about verse like 33 onwards, talking about the Maccabean era. So he says, talking about that, I'll just read a little bit of it for you. So he says, yet on more careful consideration, strong reasons will, I think, strike the careful inquirer against the historical application of this passage and referring to the time of the Maccabees. And so he says, first, it will be found most difficult, if I mistake not, to explain the sequel of the prophecy consistently with it. With regard to the people spoken of immediately after as knowing their God, antithetically to certain that are styled covenant transgressors, they must, on this hypothesis of interpretation, be supposed the Maccabean patriots that rose up in insurrection against Antiochus and that heathenist ordinance. But as Bishop Newton observes, neither could it be said of them that they instructed many, for there is no record of any grand accession of proselytes to the Jewish religion through their teaching, nor again could it be said of them that they fell by the sword and flame and spoil in captivity many days. Indeed, as verse 35 seems to imply, until the time of the end. So does Bruce Gore have anything to say about them instructing many and falling by the sword and the flame and spoil and all that?
That's exactly what happened in 70 AD. But yeah, I'm sure he does.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
not
because
talking.
that's
Well, you
also
don't think
that's
that's
also what
hold
happened
on,
for
hold on.
Antiochus as well. That
Yeah, I'm
happened
talking
back
about
then as
Antiochus.
well.
So did the Jew what is it? Did the Jews during that time, like the Maccabees, did they like make a bunch of converts to their religion?
Yeah, well, no, see, this is the whole kind of thing, series of events that set everything into motion for 70 AD to happen in the first place. Was the rebellion of this Judah Maccabee and all this stuff, this helping, that's the rebellion that Rome is going to put down. And then so they're winning it first. That's what happens. Like once upon a time there was a dude who was in proximity. They were going to put down the rebellion, but then they just abandoned. That's what set forth this whole 70 AD scenario. Dude ran, they chased him, killed them all. They were like, God
That's
is with us. Like you see, like he's on our side. They got all full of themselves. Next thing you know, they're getting massacred left and right.
Gotcha. Okay, well, I'll check out the videos. Here, I'll just go ahead and send you the book, and you can like scroll down to the part where you just type in like Maccabean. Oh, wait a minute. Do I even have you? Because you have like a new name on Discord, right? You keep changing your Discord name.
Oh no, sorry, yeah, no, I didn't change it. I was
Oh, no.
Ocelot, but my real it's Orladin because that's my gaming. That's
Right. Gotcha. Here you go.
that's my character name.
What the heck? You sent me a YouTube video that I never watched.
What?
No, I just forgot that you sent me like a rap video or something.
Oh, like who cares? It's probably like eons ago. I don't even remember.
Yeah.
So like you don't even have to watch it.
And then where's that playlist that I had? If you want to check out, I'm not sold on this interpretation, but it gives some interesting views like about it.
But Bruce definitely goes over all that. Like it's all very
Cool.
detailed. As a historicist,
Sure, yeah.
I would expect you to love it actually, like chocolate.
Okay, cool.
Like if you don't like it, I'm gonna be like, what? Like, what kind of a historicist are you?
Well, it's kind of weird because I don't see like, I don't see Antiochus really.
I know
I see
that.
him probably,
I understand
Sorry,
how
what?
you can see how it's him, but once you go a deep dive on Antiochus, then maybe you'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Or also on the dudes
Well,
before
I
and
just
after
sent you
him.
another playlist here for you to
It's
check out if you want.
funny how it all flows together. Like it's just one continuous thing, and it
Well,
like
like I said, there's been a few.
like just talking about one dude, but it's actually talking about like 8, 6, 7, 8, 9 dudes. Like
Yeah.
just a rapid succession of dudes.
Yeah, and that's so weird that you like interpret it that way, but you don't interpret it that way anywhere else. It's just whatever. Anyway.
Well, I do, but like, yeah, we'd have to go case by case. But I don't know.
Well, not in Daniel 8, you don't. That's what I'm saying. It's like the day-year principle thing too. Like you guys are inconsistent with that too. Like you use the day-year principle in Daniel 9, but then everywhere else you guys don't. You know,
Well,
it's like
he's getting more. It says first he just gets the vision of this, and then he gets the vision of that. It's like the story has a build. You keep interrupting, you kill some momentum. Right?
Wait, what'd you say? Sorry.
No, I said it's like the story has a build, and if you keep interrupting, you kill momentum.
Yeah. It's like you guys are like historicists when you interpret one passage, but then every other passage you're like preterists. It's weird.
Or maybe it's all preterist, and you're just.
It is, man. It's weird. Like you interpret the kings in Daniel 11 as succession of kings. That's a historicist method of interpreting. And then everywhere else, though, oh no, this is just talking about like some random Caesar or something.
But no, I think the best thing that would be possible would like the real way to do it would probably be to read all of Daniel, all of it in one night. Like that would be the best way.
Yeah,
I mean,
read through
like
Daniel.
by the time you read these things like weeks apart, you don't remember what the hell somebody said last week
I've done
about.
that before. I've had Bible studies with a friend of mine that we've gone through the entirety of Daniel together.
But in one shot, all in one shot.
Yeah, it was exhausting, especially by the time we got to chapter 11.
Well, good. I would expect you to know a thing or two.
Yeah, man. Like, yeah, no, I've done that though. I would recommend doing that too. Yeah.
Daniel
Like,
11. Daniel 11 is my John because like that's my go-to. Because
yeah.
exactly that last verse that I told you. That's my proof right there. There's no other dude.
You're that caught me off guard. I was like,
Who,
damn, that's you're okay.
who would you say that guy is, or what nation would you say that is? Like, how would that?
Well, I don't know
Who,
exactly. Like I said, I'm kind of flexible on my interpretation of Daniel 11 right now. So, although I do think a good case could be made in the preceding passages that this could be talking about the because you got to keep in mind how I'm interpreting it, right? So like I'm still
right.
interpreting this in the context of like the Roman Empire and like past 70 AD. So even like back in Daniel 8, remember when I talked about like how I viewed that as like the Byzantine Empire, right?
Right.
So I and like I said, I'm flexible on this, but I think it's possible that the King of the South represents the Arab Empire, and the King of the North represents the Turks that also later came against that kingdom. Because I'm viewing it in context of like the latter, like I said, latter time of the Roman Empire after Rome falls into the
Right.
Byzantine
Yeah, this
Empire.
is a completely different
And,
letter.
and there's also quite a few really, I mean, I'm still not really sure about verse 45 because, and that's why I asked you about it because I don't really know exactly what the tabernacles of his palace is supposed to mean. Like you gave kind of an interesting interpretation of it, which I suppose could apply, but the other passages like verses 40 through 41 or 44, I mean, that could easily apply if you look up the history of like both the Arab invasions and the history of the Turkish, like the Ottoman Empire. I mean, they took over all those territories that are mentioned there. So that's kind of maybe more of a broad, I guess, application, I suppose. Like you could probably apply it to a few different entities, but it
Right.
also depends too on, that's another thing, like who is the he referring to there? Because it mentions the king of the south and the king of the north, but then it's like he shall enter into the glory. It's like, okay, well, wait a minute, is that referring back to the king of the south?
But tidings out of the east. Think about that word east there for a second. But anyway,
Yeah.
tidings out of the east and out of the north shall trouble him. Therefore he shall go forth to make away many and destroy utterly. So tidings from the north and the east. Dang. That means Nero had to be that means Nero had to be being besieged or something like that, but by people from those nations, from north and east.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. Well, it just says tidings though too, right? So it doesn't. That's kind of another vague word. Like,
yeah, tidings. That's good news, isn't it? It's like, hey, isn't that?
Yeah, well, it could be any kind of news, maybe.
But that troubles him. He's like, oh wait, good news. It troubles him. Some sort of news troubles him, but he goes forth to utterly destroy and make away many, and he shall plant the tabernacles of his palace between the seas.
Sure.
That's Nero. Although the previous verse, the tidings part doesn't have to be applying to Nero. 45 is. That's all I'm saying. Only 45. Wait. I don't know about 44 or whoever. Like, we can go back. There's other verses in here which, like, trust me, it's all in Bruce Gore's video, so check it out.
Yeah, that's fine. Actually, you know what? When it says tidings out of the north, wouldn't that exclude the king of the north from being referenced there then? Because it's kind of like...
Well, I mean, think about what happened right before. Well, yeah, all right. Fair enough, yeah. Out of the north.
I don't know
what's north of Rome?
Is
like, isn't that like Gaul or something?
I'm not entirely sure.
There's something to the north.
Yeah, I don't know who you think the king. Like, who do you think the king of the north is? Or like in this instance, in verse 40.
Verse 40.
Yeah, when it talks about the king of the north, like who do you think that's talking about?
And at the time of the end shall the king of the south push at him, and the king of the north shall come against him.
Yeah. So like, I tend to look at that as like when
with many ships he shall enter the countries. Wait, hold on.
Okay.
Shall the king of the south push at him? and the king of the north shall come against him. So the king of the south is the aggressor. That's Mark Antony and motherfucking, that's that dude's. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of look at that as, like I said, the Arabs when they were pushing against the Eastern Empire, and also specifically too, because most historians look at the king there as talking about the Pope, which is, you kind of have to expect that, I guess, from our perspective. But
Wait, hold on. Hold your horses now, Peter. Now you're confusing me. All right, you can talk about those things like that, but it says it comes a whirlwind like chariots of horsemen with many ships, and he shall enter.
yeah,
Okay, but then it also says he shall enter into the glorious land. Edom, Moab, and Ammon shall escape. Like, who are these dudes today?
the Arabs and the Turks took control over Egypt.
Are those all Arabs?
Huh?
Are you saying that Edom, Moab, and Ammon, the chief children of Ammon, are all Arabs? Because that's the next
No,
verse.
I'm saying the king of the south. The king of the south is the Saracens, and the king of the north is the Turks. Most likely, I could be wrong. But
Okay, but one of them's got to end. But Moab, Edom, and Ammon have to escape. Whatever's going to happen.
yeah, that's the interesting thing. If you look at the history, both
Egypt will not escape.
I thought I even had a. I had a note here somewhere. If you look up, for whatever reason, I just have this this Wikipedia article saved. But if you look up like the Muslim conquest of Egypt, it even specifically talks about like Nubia. Huh?
He didn't hurt these dudes, but he shall stretch forth his hand upon the country's land, and Egypt shall not escape. Mark Antony.
Yeah,
sorry, rip Mark Antony. But then says, but he shall have power over the treasures of gold and silver and all the precious things of Egypt. Well,
yeah, both
between one verse and the next, the dude just defeated the other dude, and it didn't even tell you, and he just got all of his riches. in like 2 milliseconds, a whole bunch of stuff.
It depends on who's being talked about in verses 41 through 42. So is it the king of the south, or is it the king of the north who's doing all this? It's kind of
that was the king of the north now has all this. King of the south just got his ass handed to him.
That's the thing. Like, it depends on how you interpret it. Like, and interestingly enough, both the Muslim Caliphate and the Ottoman Empire could fulfill the criteria there in verses 41 to 42, because they both took possession of the Holy Land, and they both ended up taking also possession of Egypt, and even specifically Nubia.
Fair enough.
They had a tax put out on Nubia. And the thing about ships, what verse was that? Verse 40?
Yeah, the ships.
Like, you could look at, I think Adam Clark mentioned something about that. With these, they got possession of many islands and maritime countries, and were so powerful in their fleets that they entirely defeated the Venetians, and at their last fleets became of the utmost consequence to them in besieging and afterwards taking Constantinople in 1453, which they hold to the present day. So even the Turkish Empire, the Ottoman, what later became the Ottoman Empire, like the Turks ended up taking over Constantinople, and that's how the Ottoman Empire ended up.
Right.
Yeah. But now the thing is, like I said, though, I'm not entirely sure about the plant tabernacles.
Right.
So,
well, that's the thing, because that's the fun part. Like, if you read what you like, supposing you were reading the whole thing beforehand, but 45, let's go 45. But then let's pretend that that's not the end of it, and let's pretend that there is no chapter 12. Like, it's all just still chapter 11, right?
Okay.
Because it does start saying "and." I mean, like, if you just called me, would you be like, "And I went to the bakery"? Like, you don't start a conversation with "and," do you?
Yeah, I talk that way sometimes, you know.
Oh, you do? But it's all right. So it says, right? All right. Let me read it one more time. This is 45, the verse that I said, which I said is definitely Nero. But ready? Check this out. This is catch the power of this. And he shall plant the tabernacles of his palace between the seas in the glorious holy mountain. Yet he shall come to his end, and none shall help him. And at that time shall Michael stand up, the great prince which standeth for the children of thy people. And there shall be a time of trouble such as never was since there was a nation, even unto that time. And
Right.
at the time thy people shall be delivered, every one that shall be found written in the book. That is 70 AD.
See,
That
that's
is
also
Nero, that's 70 AD. That's entirely
see,
that's
yeah,
perfect.
that's also that's also tricky because the and in chapter 12 and like I said, it depends on how you're breaking up the prophecies, right? Like
True.
how you're interpreting the chronology of the because the and there could also be talking about like I said, it depends on how you're interpreting it chronologically. So it could be talking about the time of trouble described already in chapter 11, right? When it talks about like the covenant breakers and all that kind of stuff, like God's people are being oppressed. It could span that entire time
Time of
period.
trouble didn't happen until after Nero died. Like that's when things got serious.
Well, see, but that's what I'm getting at. Like,
Now
that
things
depends
got
on,
heated, and then
it
after that, they
depends
didn't lose
on
until
where the
2 years
transition takes
later.
place in Daniel 11. So my point is just that because like you're interpreting to go back to chapter 11, like you're interpreting verse 31 and following, that's talking about the Maccabees, right? But I'm saying like hypothetically, Daniel 12, when it says that time, that could also just as easily be referring back to the events in verses 31 and onward. And in fact, there are some.
No, because it says
I'm just saying, like,
that
depending
time.
on. See, that's what I'm saying, though. Yeah,
And
what time?
that time, it's a continuation of the previous sentence. There shouldn't be a chapter break here. Like I
But see,
think.
no. Look. But you're making my point. It depends on, like I said, where you think the transitions are taking place, right? So you think that there's a transition at some point between the Maccabees and the Romans, and ending with Nero in chapter 11, right?
100%.
Not everyone agrees with that. Some people think the entire chapter in chapter 11 is dealing with the Maccabees, and that in chapter 12, that time is just talking about that time that's already described when it talks about the covenant breakers and them falling by the sword and peril. And that would even make sense.
I mean, you have to, that's why I just read it in context for you. If you just read 45 into 1 as if chapter 12:1 was actually 46, then we wouldn't be having this conversation, because it's clearly says, and he, talking about the king of the north from previously, shall plant his tabernacles and palaces between the seas and the glorious man and the holy mountain, and shall come to his end, and none shall help him. And at that time.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but keep in mind, though, right? In the context, well, hold on, though. Look, in the context of Daniel 12, you still have, in Daniel 12:1, it's talking. What is it describing? It's talking about a time of trouble, right? That's what verses 31 and following in chapter 11 are describing. So I'm not saying it has to be like.
Well, yeah, there was a time of trouble, but the time of trouble spoken of here is one that will not be matched ever again.
Yeah, but see, what I'm saying is, what I'm basically getting at, I'm not even arguing for that definitively. I'm just saying it's flexible. Like, you can interpret it and read it.
Well, you can interpret it however you want, really. I mean, right?
Well,
I
I'm
could be
saying,
like, well, the prince here is actually pink bubblegum.
You can reason. Well, no, but that's a stupid and obviously unreasonable.
Obviously, yeah, of course, I agree. That's dumb.
But this is good. Good. I'm glad we agree on that.
But some people,
Sorry, what?
Go ahead. Some people.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, it just depends, like, on where you want, because Daniel 12 is still talking about thy people, right? So, like, the Jews, the Holy Land, right? Like, the time of trouble. I mean, you can limit it.
Thy people, yeah, agreed.
Like, you could even extend it if you wanted to. You could even extend it to when it says he shall also enter the glorious land. You could say from that time. You know what I mean? Like, there's a couple different, points that you could, make, because that would make sense, wouldn't it? Why, like,
yeah, I would
if it's talking, if it's describing the land being persecuted and stuff before verse 45, and then chapter 12 is also talking about that same idea, You know, it's not that big of a stretch, right? I mean, like I don't think it would be that big of a stretch.
No, I mean it really isn't. I mean it's just change a couple things, and like you won't be thinking the same way you are right now. But like, it's
Yeah,
like
and that's why I said like Daniel 11. I think is probably like the trickiest passage in Daniel. Like in my opinion, I think that there's a few ways.
what I'm thinking. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking like this Bruce score is going to help you out. But also likewise, what you said and what you showed me, like if you give me that reference, I might actually, I could, I feel where you're coming from, but I'm picking up what you're putting down, but that's only because I want to beat you with it later.
Yeah. Are you talking about the kingdom thing that I mentioned, the king's kingdoms?
No, just everything you're saying. That's all.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm taking notes.
What do you think the resurrection is in Daniel 12? Daniel 12 too. I think we talked about. I think I debated like Armand or something like that.
Oh,
super long.
Sorry, I hate to inform you. Armand is no longer a part of Hangouts. He decided to depart.
Dude, I know that happened like months ago.
Good. Well,
yeah,
I mean, you can come back. Maybe he'll listen.
No, I was just asking. I'm not trying to start a discussion about Armand. I was just mentioning in passing. Like, I think I recall discussing Daniel 12:2, like with him and a couple others, like here.
Daniel 12. Okay, 12:2.
Yeah, what do you think about the resurrection in Daniel 12?
And many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt.
Do you think that's talking about like the bodily resurrection, or I don't know if you believe in a bodily resurrection, but the like eschatological general resurrection at the end of the age?
Well, to me, and at that time, shall Michael stand up, the great prince, which standeth for the children of thy people, is no different from Michael did battle with the dragon and cast out his angels. It's the same difference. It's saying like Jesus and his dudes, like they took on the other dudes and they was like fighting on eschatology and all this, like and basically Jesus won. pretty much what it is, right?
No, but what do you think about the resurrection though? I'm saying in Daniel 12:2, like do you think that's
okay, and many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth. Well, I mean that seems to be, I mean I don't know how you could else take that, but that seems to be talking about dead people, like that are literally dead people.
I did some study on this verse. I'm convinced this can't be talking about.
It could also say that many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth, like you're the lower class, you don't know better, shall awake, and they'll be like, "Oh my gosh, I actually see now," and then they'll be like, "Oh my gosh, now I can have everlasting life because I realized this one thing." Like,
yeah,
how else would you read it?
I'm kind of leaning somewhat towards that. Well, because in the next verse, it like after it talks about that, right? It says they, and who's the they? Like, I mean, if it's not talking about the them in verse 2, I mean,
it says, and they that be wise shall shine.
Yeah, and again, who is that talking about? Like, this is supposed to happen when this resurrection happens.
The sentence, like I was saying, and many of them, like, is this a different sentence? He's trying to make a different point now, like, or is he's still making the same?
Yeah, exactly. It's talking about the same thing. So, like, it seems kind of bizarre if this is talking about, like, okay, the second coming happened, and now the general resurrection takes place. Oh, but at the same time, there's going to be people that are wise that are turning many to righteousness. It's like, wait, what? Like, you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. But I mean,
this is talking about the general resurrections.
What happened in AD? Some people would be like, and they would turn on each other just like they do today. It's no different.
You think the resurrection happened in 66 AD?
What? Yeah, 66 AD.
That didn't happen in 70 AD?
They first got besieged in 66. And then there was a time to
when do you think the resurrection happened, though? When did the resurrection happen in your scheme of things?
Which one?
There's only one resurrection taught in the Bible. The general resurrection.
I challenge you to look into that.
I have. That's why I'm not a premillennialist anymore.
Okay. Fine. If you don't want to look at it, I won't show you. Fine.
It's talking about the resurrection that's talked about like literally all over the New Testament. The general resurrection.
How do you know they're all talking about the same kind? Same one.
Because I'm not like, are you dispensationalist now?
Well, I
There's
mean,
like
I know
seven
there's this
resurrections.
one
There's
case
like
of this
7
one
different
dude.
resurrections.
Like he resurrected the dude. Like he was totally dead, and then he got resurrected. And came back to
I'm
life.
talking,
That was part of the
dude,
story.
come on. You know I'm talking about the general resurrection, the eschatological resurrection that happens at the second coming of the righteous and the wicked. I'm not talking about like Lazarus being raised from the dead or something.
I mean, I'm not even sure because like certain dudes like Lazarus did get resurrected physically, you know, but the resurrection could have been, you know, spiritual. It
I
could
feel
have
like
just
you're
been
kind of
like.
dancing around what I'm asking.
I
Just
hope it's not because you know, like if we die here, like what I have to ask myself, like, what is the point? Like, why do I even care about any of this? Why am I even doing any of this?
Oh
Like,
my god. Okay, wait, hold on. Slow down, dude. You're getting all introspective on me. Like I'm
I
asking you a
know
simple question.
what? No, I was just going through the thought process.
I'm saying when do you think or okay, fine. How many like resurrections do you think there are? Like when Paul stood
Maybe
before the
two,
Sanhedrin.
because there's one verse that says this is the first resurrection.
Yeah, that's in
It
Revelation
says
20. But,
that this is the first. Like, if it didn't say that, I would say one, but it says
yeah,
this is
but like when
first.
Paul
It
is
implies
standing
that
before
there's
the
at least
Sanhedrin and he
more than one.
says, yeah, but that's Revelation is symbolic, right?
Well, okay, fair enough, but still, like, I mean, like, and then I saw a second vision.
Oh, you're seeing visions of that? No.
Yeah.
So,
I went.
Prophet Albert. Well, look, okay, like when Paul is standing before the Sanhedrin, he says, "I'm persecuted for my belief in the resurrection." He says, "I believe in a resurrection of the righteous and the wicked." And when Jesus says, in John, 6, talking about the elect, he says that I will raise them up on the last day. Right? Like they're talking about one. There's a
Like,
resurrection
okay,
that takes
all right. So, for clarification, the last day, I will raise them up on the last day. What is the last day? When
It's the
is the
second
last day?
coming and the consummation of all things.
But the last day of what? The last day of the universe, the last day of time, the last day of your life, the last day of this thing that we were talking
Well,
about.
eschatology is the study of last things, right? It's the last day before the consummation of all things. The last day. It's the last day before God's people enter eternity and before everything that is written is consummated.
Okay, before everything that is consummated. See, now you just admitted like there could be time after that by saying that because
Well,
things that
eternity.
are written have been consummated and there's still time after that. So,
Well, yeah, eternity. I mean,
well, I
yeah,
mean,
everyone
is there a
believes
verse
that.
that you can point me to that shows that the Earth is definitely going to get annihilated 100%? I mean, like it seems
No,
silly
because
to
I don't
me
believe
that
that.
God would wreck the whole place just to redo it all over again,
I'm
even
saying,
though
like, I don't know why you don't
there's no
understand.
reason to
Like,
burn everything to the ground when He already
yeah,
promised
dude,
that He's
look,
going to
I
kill
guess
everybody with water.
this is probably my fault. Like, I probably just have not explained my views like adequately. I guess.
Maybe you'll listen to the replay and you'll be like, "Oh snap! Now I get what he was talking about."
Yeah, I'm not saying the Earth is going to be annihilated. You still haven't answered my question, by the way, about the resurrection. I'm just talking. I'm saying
No, I'm
in the
good.
Bible.
Yeah, I believe in a physical resurrection, just not back to the earth. That's all.
Okay, look, in the New Testament, they
Right.
talk about a resurrection. That's the resurrection I'm talking about.
Right, and it already happened. Like it happened.
Right. Well, like, we're not debating that. I'm just asking about your view of Daniel 12 too. Like, do you think that's the resurrection it's talking about? Like, do you think it's
Yeah.
talking about that final resurrection that was supposed to happen for the righteous and the wicked?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah,
That was
I think that's weird because, like, in verse 3, it talks about after this resurrection happens, it talks about people turning people to righteousness.
exactly. That's what I'm talking. That's what we're doing right now. That's what me and you are doing right now, today, in this day and age. We're turning people to righteousness.
Oh,
Right?
God.
I'm a sneaky snake. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, like Satan? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, basically. I mean, who else would I be?
Yeah, no, that doesn't work. Because Christ says that all
It
the
doesn't
Father...
work on you, but it works on others.
No, all the Father gives to me will come to me, and I will raise him up on the last day.
Not me.
No, I'm quoting Jesus, if you didn't know. Like, he says all that the Father gives to him are going to come to him, and those people get raised up on the last day. Like, there's no... You don't have, like, the consummation happening, and then there's just, like, eternity, and then more people are getting resurrected. Like there's
Saying,
a resurrection on the last day.
all that were given to him, he didn't lose any of them. Like he took them all with him, right? They all followed him, right? If they were
Dude,
with him,
so how are you not like a freaking like an atheist or like
I'm not an idiot.
or like an Israel only guy after that? Then like
I'm
I don't
not,
get it.
dude. I hate Israel only. Like,
Yeah, but you like that's the logical. Well, not the
no,
Israel only aspect, but I'm saying like the logical conclusion. All of God's people were saved and they got raised up on the last. There's no like. There aren't like a million other resurrections happening
I
after the
agree.
resurrection.
I agree. But see, like see. It's funny because you said like the last day of what? The last day of the universe? No, not the
No, it
last day
doesn't
of
need to
time.
be. Like, I don't believe that the universe is gonna like plop out of existence. Like
On
at
the
this.
last day, he will raise them up, and they will be exalted because they were the ones that went through with everything that was good.
Yeah, so there's no more like time after that when like other people are getting saved and raised from the dead.
There's plenty of days after the last day.
Yes, eternity. That's what it's talking about. When God's people are living for eternity and there's no more sin or death or corruption. It's
Well,
not
there
talking.
is no. I mean, think about it. I mean, are you under the Mosaic law right now? 'Cause it says
According to Paul
the
in
transgression
Romans,
of the law is sin.
yeah, listen,
And that is
according to
what.
Paul,
So if
okay,
he put an
you said
end
that
to
you
the
hated,
law, then therefore there is no sin, and therefore
you
it's not.
said that you hated Israel only a second ago, and now you sound like you're an Israel only guy.
No, see, if they say
But
that, sorry, but like that's just like
according to
sometimes I bring
Paul,
up points like Jehovah's Witnesses make. Like, sorry, like sometimes they have a point.
look, according to Paul in Romans 1-3, all the world, which is Jew and Gentile, are subject to the Decalogue, to the Ten Commandments,
Okay.
right? Do you disagree with that?
No, go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, so when you ask, am I under the law? Well, I'm accountable to God's moral law, yes, which is the Ten Commandments.
No, it isn't.
Huh?
No, it isn't.
What? No,
is
it
not.
isn't what? No, what isn't what? I didn't say.
Not the
What are you
it's
talking
not
about?
the Ten Commandments.
What's not the Ten Commandments? What are you saying?
It's
That's
the
what Paul says in Romans 1-3. He says that
two commandments.
those are a summary of the 10. And
Exactly,
Paul
and
says,
if you do those two, there's no reason you would ever break any of the things on the 10.
okay, so you keep the Sabbath.
In what way do you mean? You mean do I like not do any physical work on a
Oh,
Saturday?
here comes the dancing. Here comes the dancing
Bro,
around the
no,
corner.
here's the fun part, because guess what? I can't tell you what day it is. You can't tell me what day it is, and nobody knows what day it is unless
Oh
there's
my
secret
God!
people. Like,
The Jews
seriously,
have been keeping the
is it
Sabbath on the
Saturday? Is it Friday? Is it Thursday? Is it the
Friday
first
sunset
of the
to
month?
Saturday
Is it
sunset, like they've
31st?
been keeping
Is
it for
it
the past 2,000 years,
29th?
dude. That is such a cop out, dude. That's like the most
There's
retarded.
no cop
You
out.
just
I'm just
told me.
saying you don't know what day. I
You just
mean,
told me that
Is it
he keeps the Ten
2019?
Commandments.
Is it 2019 or is it 6534? I mean, like,
That's no. Okay, first of all, that's totally different from the weekly cycle. That's completely different from the weekly cycle, dude. You know that. You just did like a huge red herring. Like
oh, the
like
red
the
herring. I do the logical fallacy of all kinds every single day.
that's like the biggest like deflection I've ever heard.
Perfect, because it was
Anybody.
recorded, so you can review it later.
I
Find
know.
out
That's
whether it
hilarious,
actually
man.
was a deflection or not.
Dude, you just said, okay, we went from like, are you under the law? I said, well, Paul
You're
says all
not.
mankind is under the Ten Commandments. And then you said, yeah, if you love God and love your neighbor, you'll keep the Ten Commandments. And then I said, okay, so you keep the fourth one. And then you just went like, hey, man, I don't know what year it is, okay? So I just...
Exactly. So do you see what I'm saying? No, you don't. You don't see what I'm saying.
Yeah, you just like totally sidestepped like the whole
No,
thing.
you can't
Bro,
possibly keep it. That's the whole. The whole point is you can't keep the law. So like you can't do it. You cannot do it. You break one point, you break all the points. So therefore you suck. However,
So you're
Jesus came to annihilate all that, so that if you break one, you don't. No, hey, hold on, because no, that's not a license to go out and just like, oh, should we just go sin? That's where all the other verses from Paul come in, where he's like, no, God forbid, you don't do that. You don't just
He
like,
says,
oh,
yeah,
don't
Paul
just do
says
this.
when he's talking about the Ten Commandments in Romans, do we nullify the law through faith? God forbid we establish the law.
Oh,
And in
no,
the
because
context, he's talking
obviously
about the Decalogue.
bed to sleep with your friend's wife, right? It's a terrible thing. Don't do that.
Well, he already established in Romans 1 that even the
Don't
Gentiles
kill
have
them.
natural revelation, that they have general revelation, right? So I'm not saying you need the law, although he does say in Romans that by the law is the knowledge of sin, right?
And
But
what is sin? Again, that's what I have to ask you. What is sin? What is sin? Because if sin is transgression of the law, you can't do it if there is no law. If you can't do it.
and
That's
Paul says the law is still there in Romans, like very clearly and obviously.
To sin. And to sin. And so the 70 weeks, see, that's a fun part, because the 70 weeks
going all over the place, man. Sorry, what?
The 70 weeks do not go up until the end. I'm convinced. It's 70 weeks to do all this stuff, but it's not 70 weeks until the end. The end is still yet a little ways off.
Oh, yeah. Well, it ended with the stoning of Stephen. And
the point
he confirmed the covenant
has to be done first. But the end of sin was done at Jesus, which was the 70 weeks.
Bro, oh, God.
You're just going to have to re-listen to this, and you're going to be like, oh, my God.
I know, you're all over the place, man. Like, jeez. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
I'm not all over the place. You're just not used to it.
No, you do this every time we debate anything. Like,
all right, how about this? Let's go simple. All right, I want to talk about this anyway. Let's change the topic. But what do you think about Canaan?
Change the subject.
Canaan, real quick before we go to sleep, because it is getting pretty late. But I don't care. I'll stay up as long as you want.
Yeah. We've done it before. I don't know when you want to stop recording, but
no, all right. I'll bring up something, then you can bring up something. Okay.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm trying to get back. Like, I have like 3 or 4 things I brought up that have yet to be answered. Like,
all right, well,
all right, whatever.
To answer them, but maybe I didn't do a good job.
Bring everything. Good.
All right, so you know that there's supposedly giants before and after the flood.
Right. Okay, we're talking about Nephilim.
No, we're not talking about Nephilim per se. No, it's just
okay.
giants.
Actually, wait. Give me 1 second. Wait, hold on. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Hey, Mom. You think you can make us some soup or something? What do you make? Oh, yes. I don't know. Yeah, that's what happened. Okay, I might have to sleep afterwards. Yeah, but that's fine. Thank you, love you. Hey, sorry about that.
No worries. Next time.
Anyway.
I'll probably mute your mic next time, though. Just so you know.
I know. I just realized that I did not mute my mic.
Okay. I'm sure everybody will forgive you.
It doesn't matter. My mom made waffles, and I came out, and I was like, "Can I have something to eat?" And she she just handed me her plate of food.
Then you're like, now I have to eat these waffles.
I'm like, I feel so bad. I just took your plate of food for me.
You just got to do it.
Yeah, whatever. That was nice of her. Anyway, I'm ready to eat. I'm ready to talk now. My stomach is growling.
Fair enough. Do Good. Like I said, I don't know if you heard, but I fasted for 3 days. Just
Oh
I don't know
yeah,
why.
right.
I decided to do that randomly, but I did it. It was fine.
Yeah.
Put that aside. So, what do you think about giants before the flood? Why would you suspect there'd be giants before the flood? It
Well,
just very brief, like like brief answer,
I
like
mean,
because they were big or something like that.
well, I know the word Nephilim could just refer to tyrants,
Sure,
or
yeah,
like bullies, but it's also the same word is used in Numbers, and the part where it talks about them being like grasshoppers. And I know that they technically
right.
gave like they gave
But
like a
when,
sketchy report,
so no,
but
yeah, that it is a sketchy report, but
but
also
the word seems to be used in that context, even if it was a false report. The word in that context seems to be referring to an actual like person of large stature. So that makes me think that perhaps in Genesis 6,
but
it's
who
not
were
just
the
talking
people?
about her.
Who were the people in the land?
Are you talking about Numbers?
Yeah, I'm talking about any instance you want to talk about before the flood, after the flood.
Well, I'm just talking about like the usage of. I'm just talking about the usage of
Right, the word.
the
But
word
my point
Nephilim.
is, why were the giants big before the flood? My answer is because the environment. That's why.
Oh,
And then the flood wrecked it, and now, like it says in Genesis, it says there were giants, namely like not just humans, but everything, anything. There were giants, nondescript, in the earth in those days, and also after that. After
yeah,
what? After the two groups of people in question from the previous verse got together and had babies.
yeah. We
So
talked about that
you
before. I
had
agree with that.
right. But I'm just saying. So you have giants both before and after the flood. But when it
Although,
says and also after that is not a reference to after the flood. That's still talking about.
right.
But anyway, keep going. So now my question really is, it isn't really about like what do you think about giants before and after the flood, but my real question is why did Noah curse Canaan and not Ham? What happened there? Because I think I figured it out. I think I figured it out.
What do you think happened?
First, I have to hear what you have to say.
Is that the story where Canaan himself looked upon Noah's nakedness, right?
No, that was Ham.
Oh, okay, it was Ham.
Ham looked upon his father while he was naked and drunk and
Yeah,
whatever.
God,
But it
says he's
uses that
naked.
language, like we've been talking about, that language. So, like, he saw the nakedness of his father.
Yeah, you think like he had sex with Noah or something?
No, it's not quite like
Okay.
that. But
What
close.
what
You're
passage
close.
was that
You're
again?
you're close. You're close. You're very warm, but you're.
Oh, gotcha. What
No, see,
passage was
because
that
you have to
again?
go back to Deuteronomy to figure out what that means, right?
Oh,
You have to
gotcha. Oh, here it is.
what does
So
Moses
Noah
say?
awoke from his wine and knew that what his younger son had done unto him. Oh, that's really interesting. I didn't realize that. It says what he had done unto him.
Yeah.
Okay. So that implies like he did something. Well, I think it's because God visits the iniquity of the parents upon the children, right?
Well, here, ready for this? What he had done unto him? Like, the reason he would know is because his sons would have told him, the other two who weren't in on it. But he was drunk, all right? So, like, we'll give it to Noah. He got really drunk and he passed out. And so, what happened? His youngest son did something stupid. But why? I'm just asking you why, and anything you can muster. Why would he not turn around and be like, Ham, cursed be you for doing this? But no,
Because
he
children are
curses,
punished as part of
curses
punishing the parents.
one specific child of Cain. Of Ham. Why that one? Why? What happened? What
What do you
happened?
got for me?
Come on, it's so obvious. Like what? Why are there? So all right. So keep that in mind. But now, why are there giants?
The Canaanites, when they were fighting over the land with the Israelites, is that what you're talking about?
Why are there giants after the flood? Right? Because the giants are only supposedly, as far as I can tell, they're the Canaanites. They're
Right,
all
yeah, they're
Canaanites. All the giants except for Goliath, they're all Canaanites.
Uh-huh. Okay.
but those guys are from Kaftorum, which could have.
Oh, are you saying like they were cursed to be giants or something?
No, it's because of incest. It's because
Oh.
everything before the flood was already giant. So Noah was a giant, Ham was a giant, Shem was a giant. They were all giants. They were all bigger than we are today, right? So those are giants. Anyway, they have pre-flood genetics. They have pre-flood genetics, the 8 of them, right? So then Noah gets after the boat. All the whole world has changed, and now we have like new environment, all this whatever. But nonetheless, what happens is Ham rapes, literally, I guess that's how you would put it, rapes Mrs. Noah. And
I get it. Because yeah, that makes sense. Like he committed adultery.
This would be Canaan, because now you have giant pre-flood genetics plus giant pre-flood genetics equals incest equals.
Wow. Hey, look at you, man.
And then that's why cursed be Canaan. And that's why he said, like, cursed be this dude. Like, he gonna do all
that
this
is
stuff.
a really, really good theory, man.
Wow, really? You liked it? Wow, that's That's the first time I think somebody's actually been like.
Bro, that's a really good explanation of that. Yeah.
I think that's really what happened. I think I figured it out. Like, that's why cursed be Canaan. It's because that was not supposed to happen.
Right, yeah.
Maybe that's why they say, like, go ham on it. It's like, no, don't go ham on it. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's a bad thing. You don't want to do that.
Damn. Alrighty then.
But yeah, and then they came in. The Israelites came in and they took their land. Whose land?
Yeah.
The Canaanites. So it all works out. You will be a servant. Well, now thanks for your fields and stuff.
Cool.
There's ours now.
Yeah. Awesome.
Okay, so now it's your turn to come up with a theory. What do you got?
Huh?
Right, I said I'll say something. Now it's your turn. You just accepted mine, so I don't know.
I'm just eating some waffles.
Well, what do you got?
Some strawberries and like some maple syrup.
No, I mean, like, while you're
I
eating
know.
your waffles and your strawberries, what have you got for me? Come on, prove something to me. Show me something. I'm in learn mode. Like, come on. I got my copybook ready. I'm ready to write stuff down.
Well, I guess I just have like topics to keep talking about.
Do it.
I don't know if I have like anything super profound or.
Was what I said super profound? I mean, I thought it was just like.
Well,
whatever.
no, it wasn't.
It's super profound, but it's like, oh my gosh, never thought about it like that. Yeah, me either. Until I was like, damn, that's why they were giants.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just kind of distracted eating right now.
That's okay. Well, how many carbs are you eating? It's like, watch out.
That's some dead air. I don't freaking know, man. Damn.
He's like, I don't pay attention to this stuff.
No, but I don't know, dude. Like, I just kind of feel like we don't really get anywhere sometimes because I'll bring something up and you'll just bring up like the most random like obfuscation ever. Like,
fair enough. My bad. Maybe I'll have to work on that.
yeah, I mean, I'm not putting you down or anything. I'm just saying, like, I feel like I ask questions or I bring stuff up and like it doesn't really get an answer.
Fair enough.
Like, we went from like talking about like like the 10 Commandments or something to like, oh, I don't know what year it is. Like, I don't know. It's just kind of random. Like, well, anyway, it's fine. I can work with that. No big deal. Okay, here. Revelation 20. Do you have like any updates on that or what?
Revelation 20.
Did you mention like the first resurrection? But what do you like? I don't know if I talked. Did you and I talk about the 1,000 years yet? Like in Revelation 20? Like, do you think that's like a 3.5 period?
I mean, I'm pretty sure we've probably talked about it before, but.
Well, do you have anything new to tell me?
No.
Okay. Can you refresh my memory? What do you think that was talking about? Is it like a 40-year period? Or did you not like figure it out? You haven't come to a conclusion?
I'm just saying, like, it says, like, I'm just reading it right. You said 20?
No. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, that's XX. Okay, so it says, and in addition, I saw an angel, a messenger, come down from heaven having the key of the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. Now, to me, this is not a literal dude, like, wielding a chain. But anyway. And he
Well, you
laid
don't have to read the whole
hold on
thing. I was just asking.
this is not a literal dragon. He laid hold on the dragon, that the old serpent, which is the devil, which is slanderer, and Satan, which is adversary,
Or which is an
bound him
adversary.
1,000 years. So for one whole 1,000 years, that's it. Like, sorry, dudes, I'm gonna have to let him out again.
Yeah, what do you think that the 1,000 years is? That's all I was asking.
It's just saying an indeterminate amount of time. It's just saying like retarded, like it's
What?
just an indeterminate amount of time. That's what it's saying.
Oh, it's not 1,000 years like it actually says.
No,
Oh,
no.
gotcha.
If it was exactly 1,000 years, I would expect to be able to prove it, right?
Wait, what?
Unless, of course, it didn't come to fruition yet. In which
Yeah,
case,
I definitely don't think that it. Well, but you're a preterist, right? So you do think you came from fruition.
well, I mean, I'm not, like maybe it could still come to pass like tomorrow. I don't know.
Okay. Fair enough. All right,
I'm
so we'll
open.
mark that one down as you're undecided.
I'm open. I'm just saying, like, that's why I'm asking people, like, anybody, like, if you can show me, like, if you can tell me, like, sometime soon in the near future we're gonna get murked, like, just be sure,
Like,
just be sure,
everything
because
in mind,
it's gonna
like
come up.
you always go to like the worst possible scenario.
I have
yeah,
to,
I could be wrong about preterism. I mean, tomorrow the world could be burned up. It's like, wait a minute, dude, hold on. Like,
because
you
I
don't
want
need
you
to believe.
to. You got to think about these things.
Yeah, you don't need to believe that to not be a preterist. Jeez, dude. You know what's funny, or what's interesting though about Revelation 20? A lot of older Christians, if you read books on Revelation from like the 16, 1700s, a lot of them actually viewed Revelation 20 as being fulfilled already, because they believe, a lot of them interpreted that text as talking about, like, they interpreted the binding of the dragon as talking about like the fall of paganism by Constantine, and how there was about a 1,000-year period. I forgot when they say that the ending period like terminated though. I can't remember. But basically, like when Satan was loosed again or whatever.
Right, and that's again, Satan to me is like the people who are potty talking the whole thing. Like if you have
Well,
Jesus talking around with his disciples, like anybody going against them, that's either a devil, Satan, or a demon. Like it's all the same difference. It's all
yeah,
just
they
people that are.
interpreted it as like talking about like just
Or
pagan religion,
you could even
like the
say like
pagan.
the angels of Satan, the adversary, the
Right,
high
yeah.
priests and the scribes and the Pharisees were all against him and his angels, which were the apostles and the disciples and whatnot. Right? See, it
Yeah.
all.
I just found it interesting that there have been Christians in the past who have actually viewed that as a past fulfilled prophecy. Because most people, I still believe that's a future prophecy, but it's just kind of interesting that most people nowadays, we're only familiar with the on-mail, post-mail, pre-mail interpretations
Your
of
would your
that verse.
feelings would your
What was
feelings
it?
be hurt if there was nothing in the future? Like it's already done. Like everything was already done. Like
I
there's no
mean,
more prophecies to be fulfilled because they were already all fulfilled. Like
I
that's
really
all I'm saying.
believe in full preterism.
No,
Yeah.
it's not even that wasn't really the question. But go ahead.
Oh, what was the question? That's what you asked me. What are you talking about? What do you mean?
Mm.
If there's no more prophecies to be fulfilled, then they've been.
What if there's no more prophecies to be fulfilled because they were already all fulfilled? I mean, that's what Daniel's his whole thing was like 70 weeks are decreed upon thy people for thy transgressions
Yeah,
to
but
an end
talking
to it.
about Yeah, but
There-
you're talking about some
like,
preterism.
if you're a Gentile and you were never given the law, then you were never under the law, and therefore you were never under any transgression, and therefore,
Dude, Paul, dude, like you're so confusing.
oh my goodness.
You're such a confusing individual. Like you said, I hate Israel only, but now you're saying we're Gentile. We were never under the law.
No, see that doesn't see when I say that doesn't automatically mean that Israel only. Like, see,
You're
that's
saying
that's
Gentiles can't
something that the
sin.
world will that you let
You're
you
saying Gentiles can't sin, so they don't need a savior. That's
I'm
Israel
not
only.
hey, no, there's other verses which say that sin was in the world before, the law or whatever. So like you can still sin. It's not counted like it says in the verse. It says it's not counted.
Paul says in Romans 3, what we know that whatsoever thing the
Yeah.
law saith, it saith, hold on, it saith to them that are under the law, so that every mouth may be stopped and the whole world may be condemned before God. And in the context from chapters 1 through 2, it's talking about the Jews, Israel, as well as the nations. And in the context, the law he's talking about there is the Decalogue. Very simple point, very straightforward, obvious point. And we know that because in the context in chapter 2, he quotes from the Decalogue. And that's the law that he's talking about in chapter 4, chapter 5, when he says, where there is no law, no sin is imputed. And then in chapter 6, when he gets into how shall we, he says, shall we continue in sin that grace may abound, right? Sin is transgression of the law, right? So he's telling us not to transgress the Ten Commandments anymore. Or we don't have a right to live a life of transgressing God's law. And then in chapter, 13, I think, of Romans, he again explicitly quotes from the Ten Commandments when he says that love fulfills the law, right? If you love your neighbor as yourself, you're going to fulfill the second table. He quotes from the second table. So, I mean, to say that, like, Gentiles aren't under the law, and Paul didn't believe that, and blah, blah, blah. Like, Paul quotes from the law all throughout Romans, and he says that we don't nullify it through faith, we establish it. So
But
it's bullshit,
we're
like, to
not
say that.
having to do these laws. Like this
Well,
is
that
we still don't have to do these laws.
you don't have to honor your parents.
I'm not saying not do that. I'm
Paul
saying
says to do that in Ephesians 6, 1 through 2, because it's the first commandment with promise, and he apparently believes that the promise annexed to that commandment is still in effect for Christians.
okay, so we are still under the law then, at least the Ten Commandments. Not all the other ordinances and all the other.
What do you
Just the
think
10.
under the law means? Dude, what do you think that means? What do you think under the law? Do you think under the law means an obligation to adhere to God's ethical
It's
standards?
got no power over me. That's what it means. It means it's got no power over me.
Yeah, because it doesn't condemn you any longer if you're in Christ.
Do anything because it was never given to me. I mean, there's never a time where God was like, "Hey, bro, you got to come and you got to do these things. If you don't, like, you're
Paul
totally
says
screwed."
in Romans
Like
1 that the
never a
Gentiles,
time.
even though they haven't received direct revelation as Israel has, that they still have general revelation and they still committed sin.
Yeah, but
So
they
just because,
agreed. They agreed to do all the things that he
no,
said.
the
They didn't do it.
Gentiles who have not
And that's
received the law.
sin is.
Just because they didn't receive a hard copy of God's law doesn't mean they didn't sin. They still had general revelation, and they
Sure.
sinned by committing idolatry.
We all sin against the Lord, but it's not counted in certain cases. It's not counted because they weren't given it.
That contradicts Romans 1 through 3.
It doesn't because that's how it was the whole time. I mean, is he punishing the Babylonians because they didn't believe? Like, no, he wasn't.
No, he's punishing them because they broke
He was
his
punishing
law.
Israel, who was supposed to believe because they were the ones that were chosen. They were the ones that agreed to the rules.
He
And,
says even when he kicks,
Babylon rules.
even
Babylon
when he
never
brings Israel into the land, he says, "Don't do these because all these nations that lived in this land before you did these abominations, and that's why I kicked them out."
Of course, because they were never part of it in the first place.
No, but he says because of their actions, because of their abominations they committed.
Okay,
So they
so
were still.
I guess you could trace it back to Noah and go that route. Okay, fine, fair enough.
Well, no, I'm just saying because Paul says in Romans 1, the Gentiles didn't receive direct revelation like the Jews did. They didn't have a hard copy of the law, but they still had some semblance of God's law by
But it wasn't
nature.
written on their hearts, so they had no idea.
It was to an extent because they knew that God existed, but they turned to idol worship, and so they're still guilty.
Why would they do that? I mean, like to us today, isn't like idol worship like a retard move? Like what?
What? Yeah, well, no, there's still plenty of Roman Catholics in the world, and
Complete idiot if you worship like a statue or some dumb painting or something. Like you're an idiot.
well, most pagan religions are aware of the fact that the statues that they're worshiping aren't actual gods.
Of course, they know that they're not. Maybe the.
But anyway, man, look, my point is, Paul establishes that fact in Romans 1. And then in Romans 3, he says, we know whatever the law says, it says to those who are under the law, so that every mouth might be stopped and the whole world, which in context, the whole world is talking about all nations. It's talking about Jew and Gentile. So he says that there's still that law, whether it's written on table of stones and given to you directly, or whether it's written on your conscience, it condemns you because you've broken it. That's why the pagan nations in the Old Testament they're talked about as sinning, right? Why? Because
I
they
agree. They definitely.
Yeah, man. So, and he doesn't make any distinction when it comes to the Decalogue, when he's quoting the Decalogue. Like, even James, like, yeah, because you brought up James before, when he says, if you keep the whole law but you offend at one point, again, even in that context, he's talking about the Decalogue because he quotes from, he who said, do not commit adultery, also said, do not murder. Now, if you commit adultery but you murder, right? And what's his whole point there? His whole point is, if you willfully neglect or willfully transgress one of the 10, you're guilty of all of them. You're guilty of breaking the law. And he's not like, oh, except for the fourth one, though. Like, that one's just, we make an exception for that one. No, he just brings up the law. Like,
Of course.
So, anyway, I'm just saying, man, like, it's obvious that Paul and the other disciples, like, they saw the law still binding to some extent. Like, it has no power over you to condemn you because you're under grace, you're in Christ. But if you're under the new covenant, it's also written on your heart. So, it's not abolished. I mean, anyway.
Well, I'm not saying it's abolished. I'm just saying it's of no
You
effect.
can't really like Christ like crush that or something like that. It's just something. Anyway, whatever. It's fine.
All right. Well.
What? You got anything else to?
No, I don't have anything else.
Oh damn, man. Oh, we're making dead air right now.
I mean, the only other thing I would talk about is something we already agree on. So why would we talk about that?
What, Neville? Dude, it's no fun to talk about things we agree on. What are you talking about? We could
Yeah.
talk crap about the people that disagree with us.
That we disagree upon.
What are you talking about? The Nephilim thing?
Sure. I mean,
No, I'm saying, what are you referring to? What are you talking about?
all that. Like, I mean,
Okay.
I'm like a simpleton, if you will. Like, I like to talk about things that are simple and easy. I don't like to get complicated, but I guess
Daniel
I
11 is pretty
get
complicated.
complicated because I jump around like a kangaroo.
Wait, what? Oh, are you feeling bad because I said that?
I don't know. Because you're telling me that I'm bouncing all over the place.
We can keep trying, Nothing wrong with that.
I'm just saying, like, you listen to the replay, maybe you'll be like, oh, that's what he meant. I just wasn't paying
Yeah, I mean, I grant, it could have gone over my head.
attention.
Yeah, it would have been something that went over my head. I mean, I followed along for the most part, I think.
Well, you did, because I mean, I already know that you. Pretty sure that you don't believe in. Puppy, get down here. You don't believe in no Satan.
Yeah, we've talked about that plenty of times.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's all I got. This puppy doesn't know how to listen.
Yeah.
So unless you have a new topic, I think maybe that's a good place to end it.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, so I guess that means you don't have anything.
Well, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, we keep talking about the same stuff, but
Well, we always talk about the same stuff. What else are we going to talk about? You want to talk about something different? You got to think
well,
about it.
it's the same stuff that we do talk about. There's so much, like, there's a bunch of, like,
It's
you know,
been so
rare.
long since we've even talked. It's funny that you'd be like, dang it, we're still talking about the same crap.
I don't know, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, like, I don't know if you want to keep talking about the same stuff.
Well, hey, I mean, if you find a new topic that's interesting, let me know.
Yeah.
I like topics that are hidden gems. Like a lot of people, they think that Enoch and Elijah lived forever. That's a false doctrine, and it leads to all sorts of
Hey,
crazy stuff.
hey, they think Enoch and Elijah are the two witnesses.
Exactly, stuff like that. I'm just saying, like small stuff. Those are hidden gems for me. So you have something like that, I'm definitely interested.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't know. Every time I talk to you or like I'm in this hangout, like I just want to talk about eschatology because I feel like this is like the one place where I can kind of indulge in like
Yeah,
debating
dude. If there's
eschatology.
something you want to say, go ahead and say it. Like you got the open mic, nobody else is here. I mean, go for it. I'll let you record. Like I'd rather you record it. It'll be here as long as it's here.
Well, I know. It's just
I'm
like
not
I
gonna
hate
delete it. It's gonna
it.
be recorded. It's already being recorded. So like, it's
I know.
gonna
I think
get.
it's funny. Like this recording is gonna just because you have the recording of me getting waffles from my mom.
Doesn't matter. So what? That lets you know that it's personable. It's not a fake.
Right? Yeah. This is some real stuff right here. You know?
Like, they wouldn't like. You really think a faker would be like, "Hold on, I gotta get some waffles." Like people
Yeah.
can't write stuff that good.
And I think we both agree waffles are pretty good if they're made right. You know.
They would have picked pancakes, not waffles.
Oh yeah.
Second,
Well, I like now. I'm not really partial. Like I think I might prefer pancakes, but yeah, waffle. I mean waffles. All I know is I stepped out of my room. Waffles were offered to me. They had syrup, blueberries, and strawberries on them, and they looked delicious. You know. So that's all I know. That's the
if I got
circumstance.
them, I would eat them. I'd be like, you know what? I'm gonna
Yeah.
eat them.
Especially even fasted for like 3 days. Yeah. Can't do. Anyway.
No, I think it was a good conversation. It's like longer than the rest, and we even got our private time, although it was all recorded. Bummer. Usually,
Private.
so
Yeah.
there's like 12 people, maybe less, that want to like listen to what we have to say.
Yeah. Right.
For all those people, that's what we did it for. But I must say, welcome back. I'm so glad that you came back because I enjoy our conversations. I don't know if you enjoy our conversations, but I
I
do.
hate our conversations. I get pissed off every time I talk to you. I'm just kidding. Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, Rob like invited me back. I was thinking like when I should come back because I was like just really distracted and stuff, and I didn't really feel like I
Right.
guess just I wasn't being very sociable and
You got to be in the mood. You got to be in the
yeah.
mood.
Rob invited me back. I was like, yeah, I can join. You know,
No, it's
I'm
I
glad I did.
feel
I had a
you.
good time.
Yeah, and by the way, we're not trying to scare you away either. It's like, sorry, my opinions are mine. Sorry.
No, dude, what are you talking about? Let's get real.
But at least you know who I am.
I'm not scared of the den full of preterists or anything.
I mean, so far you've agreed with a lot of stuff that I've said. So
Oh, like, well, what on the two things that we talk about?
Yeah, all the well, see, that's a lot. So, if you agree 2 out of 3 things, like that's a very
Well,
good.
it's like we agree on even some stuff on eschatology related things, but it's mostly like the fallen angel and Satan stuff we agree on.
But again, see, this is crucial to the whole view. Like, if you're gonna, like, I find it really. I'm gonna make like a checklist. I'm gonna put everybody on the checklist. You, Stacy, Rob, all. I'm gonna put everybody on the hangout on a checklist. I'm gonna put all the topics on the checklist too, and I'm gonna make like a graph. I'm gonna like anybody who believes in fallen angels is gonna get a check mark underneath that box. I'm just gonna make it like, dude, look at all the like. It's so funny. We're all supposedly brothers in Christ, but look at all the differences we have. Like this dude's got a checkbox over here, and this dude's got a checkbox all the way over here. These are complete opposite checkboxes.
Yeah, true. Very crazy.
Yeah. Anyway, so
I wish I could be more dogmatic about stuff. Like, I have an urge to be dogmatic about certain things, but like, it's just so difficult, like to figure out, like, what should I be dogmatic about?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty harsh on preterism. Like, even though I'm friendly with preterists and stuff.
That's because you're against it. Like you don't believe it, so that's why.
Well, yeah, but I'm against other stuff that I don't like utterly abhor. Like.
You abhor? You abhor. Oh dear.
You never heard the word of whore before?
No, I'm just saying, like you could say, like, I hate being like abhorrent. You abhorrent. Damn, that means you must really.
Yeah, that's what the point was. The point of emphasis, dude.
Like to the nth power. Like,
yeah. But
for that, like, I can't. Ugh. If I'm near somebody who says that.
if I'm near, like if I'm standing near somebody.
Like, yeah, exactly. Watch out, supernova.
Yeah. Wait, so do you agree with Rob that Vespasian is a little horse in Daniel 7? I'm talking about Daniel 8.
Well, okay, maybe in Daniel 7, because that's the other one.
Yeah, forget about Daniel 8. We're just talking about Daniel 7.
Right, and that is honestly the thing that I was like, wait, hold on. How can you have, right? Like, how can you have Vespasian in 7 and then 8? You're going to talk about the other guy who came before him. Like, that don't make sense unless the whole scroll is being read backwards.
Yeah.
So like, I don't get it. Like, how can you have 8 come before 7? Like, if you're telling me 8 is about Antiochus, how can 7?
Yeah. Man.
7
There's a lot of people that read it.
after that, unless you're reading it backwards.
Yeah.
I've never tried to read it backwards, but I'm interested. Now that I said it. Now I want to try and read it backwards. Take the whole thing and put it backwards.
Yeah.
I mean, what if that actually did happen once upon a time? Like, what if somebody, like, right, it was a scroll, right? You know how, like, you could, like, read a scroll, right? You, like, open it. But, like,
Yeah.
but you would think, like, you can't read it upside down. That's impossible.
It's kind of difficult to, like, miscopy it like that badly.
You can't even do that. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. That's true, man.
If you go through, you can figure out. Like, wait, this guy's definitely lying because you can't do that. You can't turn it upside down and just get a whole new reading. Like, that's not how shit works. That's not how this works.
That's not how any of this works.
I feel like we're Key and Peele when we get together. Except not really.
Yeah, that's an interesting. I wouldn't have picked that combination, but I did.
Well, I mean, how else you could? How else?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think we have the same amount of of wit about us. Yeah, it's like I think kind of like sarcasm kind of thing. I don't know if sarcasm is the right word.
You gotta have a little sarcasm sometimes.
Oh yeah, yeah. I do. I'm a very sarcastic person usually. I don't
Like,
think I'm usually sarcastic around you guys, but
oh
typically.
really? Like, oh really is my favorite one. Oh really? But then really good. That's
I like
my palette. Remember how you were like, what's your name on this dang thing? I told you
yeah.
you are Latin. Yeah, well, that's oh really or Latin. It's like oh really Adin. Really paladin.
Yeah, it sounds like
Yeah, exactly. But it's actually the name from a game from Kingsfield. Kingsfield is a PlayStation game way back in the day.
Wow. Wow. That's my Owen Wilson impression.
Oh really?
Wow.
Please do
Yeah.
tell me. Please do. Show me. Show me how you're gonna, kick my butt. Show me how you're gonna defeat me. All I want is proof of all these things.
How did we get there? What the heck? I was just doing an Owen Wilson laugh. Or not laugh. Owen Wilson laugh.
Do Owen Wilson until you.
And then you're like, you're going to kick my ass, I'm going to do it. Oh, what?
Yep, that's right.
Yeah.
So you really do have to look at the thing about the King of the North and the King of the South.
I got to do I got to write my own notes.
You got to write that down in your copybook right now. Because if
I have to really carefully assess all the different views on that.
That would be awesome. Like if you could listen to what he says and then be critiquing it the whole time, I'd be like, damn. You know what I'm saying? Be like, oh, first off, he says this. No, scratch that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's how I rejected the Antiochus interpretation in Daniel 8 because I read commentaries that said it was Antiochus.
Don't read commentaries.
Huh? What was that?
I was just saying, don't read commentaries. They're not going to help you.
I beg to differ. I've had several commentaries that I absolutely love.
That's no different from you taking my opinion. Same difference.
Yeah, thanks, Captain Obvious. You're listening to commentary, right? You just like to listen to commentary on YouTube. Don't read it, just listen to it. Anyway, but no, I listened to people say that it was Antiochus Epiphanes. I read people say that it was Antiochus, and I critiqued it. I looked up different. I said, are there any other? Are there any alternative viewpoints on this? And there have been quite a few men in history who have seriously doubted the Antiochus interpretation, and they had arguments and. Yeah, but Daniel 11, man, is a lot trickier because it's so much longer, and even historicists interpret it a lot differently. There's a lot of different ways I've heard people interpret it. So.
No, man, I'm at it right now. There's only one way.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to take my own notes down on Daniel 11 at some point.
What are the odds that it perfectly fits? You really have to watch the thing by Bruce Gore.
Check out the one that's at you too. You might find it interesting.
Yes. Send me the one you want me to watch, and
I sent you the playlist already.
Send me whatever. I'll watch it. I have nothing better to do.
The videos themselves aren't that long. They're probably 10 minutes of video or something.
I like learning stuff that's actually good. I don't like learning stupid stuff that's false. Sometimes you have to learn about it so that you know that it is false. Damn, nonsense. But now I'm not smarter because I'm not an idiot.
Yeah, it's like when I found out that there are people who think the 1,000 years in Revelation is a 40-year period. You got to know about this.
At least I said it's an indeterminate amount of time.
Yeah, it's not that much better, dude.
What do you mean it's not that much better? Of course it is. Indeterminate.
It says 1,000. Oh, but Albert says it's indeterminate.
You'd be like, it's quality.
No, guys, it literally gives you the opposite of an indeterminate thing. No, it's an indeterminate, but it gives you an actual number. No, but it's an indeterminate period. You see.
No, but here's the thing. There's a difference in the scriptures, I'm pretty sure, between 1,000. If you like, seriously, check into it.
Oh, you brought this up
Eight
already,
thou-
dude.
8,000 versus 1,000. That's surely got to be a difference.
Yeah,
If it's
I've done a
not,
study on that
if
because
it's
I heard
not, I'll eat my words. But I guarantee you, there's a huge difference between 8,000 and 1,000. 1,000 being the actual number 1,000, and 8,000 being, Lord knows what that means. I don't even know.
I did a study on this a while ago because there was a preacher I used to listen to. He said that. He said that there was a difference between how the Romans and the Greeks counted numbers, because he said that I can't remember everything they said exactly, but he basically said exactly what you're saying. Like he said that 1,000 is like saying a dozen or something like that. Like there could be
Yeah,
multiple.
it's like maybe
But
it's some sort of number that they knew, but
I did like a ton of research on this. I could not verify anything that he said, and I did a simple word. Look, all you got to do is just do a word search on the word kilia in Greek in the New Testament, and even in the Greek Old Testament if you want, and it just means 1,000. Like every time it's used, it's translated as 1,000.
all
You
right.
know?
But I mean, I'm just saying, like, come on, don't you find it just a little bit fishy or silly that he's like, well, 1,000 years from then, I'm gonna tell you the exact date when all the other prophecies that he's telling you is like vague and
Well,
like,
I find it really devastating for
he's like, but
preterism.
exactly here, this is just
Yeah, I find it to be incredibly devastating for preterism. If that's what you're asking me.
ouch. Oh no.
What?
I was just saying ouch because I'm a full preterist thing.
Yeah, well, because you guys are all like, oh, things this will shortly take place, but then you got this glaring
That's right.
like,
Exactly.
problem in Revelation 20.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are all like, oh, audience relevance, but then you've got this 1,000 years. Like,
Yeah,
oh, did the bishop of Smyrna live for 1,000 years? No, sorry, buddy.
See, there you go. You got
So,
us.
yeah,
Maybe.
I mean, yeah, dude. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to just like spend this whole time like dogging you for that. Like, but
No, it's
and it's
fine,
funny.
dude. It's fine. Only one person can be right. That's right. Only one of us can be right. I'm pretty confident I'm right. So, like,
Yeah,
I still love you
yeah,
anyway. Like, it's fine.
yeah, yeah.
I forgive you. Like, you tried to slander me,
I
but it
forgive
didn't
you for
work.
being wrong. I forgive you for your bad doctrine.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Something like that.
Oh, God.
Be healed of that. You can cast out the demons, right?
Sure. Oh God.
Basically, what we're doing. Why? Wait,
There's no more. There's no more miracles after 70 AD.
can you actually give me something for that? Because it said you can only cast these ones out by prayer and fasting, or sometimes it just says prayer, sometimes it says prayer and fasting. But why can you only cast these out by prayer and fasting? Who is the one who has to do the prayer and fasting to cast them out? The person who's trying to cast them out, or the person who's being, who has the demon?
See, it's weird though, right? Because we don't believe in demons.
Exactly. So,
But see, yeah.
so
But
what do you
like,
think? That's why I'm asking you. I want to know what you
well,
think.
here's my thing, right? I know that when I used to believe in demons and when I used to be super into like the Book of Enoch and stuff, I connected that to Enoch, where it talks about the spirits of the Nephilim, right? And it
Right.
talked about how they would like I think it's in like Enoch, First Enoch 15 or something like that, where they would like inhabit people who were like I can't remember now, damn it. But it had to do with like they would inhabit people and like drive them towards like gluttony or lust or something like that. And I connected that with why Christ said that you had to fast to get them out or something like that. Something along those lines. If you read
Okay.
Enoch 15, it'll show you. Yeah.
That's interesting. That's really interesting. I just did fast for like the last 3 days. I don't know if it got any
You're
demons out
demon
of
free.
me, but I did just do that. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't eat
Yeah, I'm not
anything.
sure though how I would Yeah, I don't know how to interpret that passage yet.
Okay, so you're not sure yet. Fair enough. I'll give you time.
Yeah. Well, do you have an answer for, or I don't think you do.
No, I probably do, but I don't remember what I asked you.
Oh. Yeah,
Do you?
no.
See? So so it's all recorded in history. It's fine.
Yeah, right. Or that 12 people just.
Let it go. Meanwhile, all the people listening to this, all 12 of them.
This would be boring as hell. Like if like 1,000 people were watching this. This is like
No,
the worst.
seriously, like we don't get 1,000 people viewing it. We only get
I know,
like
that's what I'm saying. Though. Like we don't like this is like the worst like podcast hangout, whatever the hell you call
why
it.
is it the worst? It's the best. What are you talking about?
Well, no, for us, because like we're just in our theology bubble, like talking shit, you know.
But there's people who disagree here. So like it's you're
Oh my
right.
God.
It is kind of weird, but
No, it's funny too because there were so many times when it was just silence. I don't
there's
know,
no
man.
silence when me and you are talking. There's no silence.
It's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I love these. I love all topics, really. I mean, if it's interesting enough, I like it. You know, like why did the Lord God create fungus? On what day was that created? I think that falls under creeping thing, but also it could fall under plants. So, like, which day?
Yeah.
But it's technically a creeping thing, isn't it? It's not not a plant.
Wait, I'm sorry. What are you talking about?
Mushrooms.
How did we get to that?
I was just saying, mushrooms are creeping things. I was just bringing up some topic, like. Genesis. No, anything. You agreed. So, like, I already brought that up. You agreed. I don't know what other people would think. But that's fine.
Wait, what about Genesis? I don't know. I wasn't really paying
The
attention.
giants before the flood and why there were
Oh,
giants
right,
after
gotcha.
the
Yeah,
flood.
the
And,
difference,
like,
I do think that the giants are referring to people. And more specifically, I think that just because,
they're
mainly
just people.
because we can also have the idea of like a bully or a tyrant. So
Yes,
it seems to me like it's not just talking about like anything,
that too. They were
anything.
both. They were both. They were bigger and they were bullies and tyrants. I mean, why? I mean, if you are bigger, like, think about it. If you're like 4 feet tall and I'm like 6 feet tall, like, I can easily be like, bro, give me your lunch money. Right?
Yeah.
You'd have no choice, or I'd punch you with my giant.
I'd punch you with my giant fist.
What are you gonna do back to me? Punch me with your little weakling fist? I mean,
Your
I'm a
little
giant.
non-knuckle fist.
Think about what I'm a giant. I'm a huge. I'm like 2 feet bigger than you. Like that's when you remember the Bible verse. You're like, oh, the giants are tall.
Yep. Ugh. Damn.
Don't burn yourself.
No, I'm good. Oh man, I got like a few things I forgot to bring up. Like,
Oh, got him. You got him ready?
I've been reading this book. Because speaking of Daniel, I want to read.
Okay.
I read a lot of books. I read a lot. In case you haven't noticed.
No. Yeah.
I've been checking out like Uriah Smith. He was like a Seventh-day Adventist pioneer or whatever, but he wrote like this really well-known work on Daniel Revelation. I wanted to look at his stuff that he says on like Daniel 11. But he also kind of wrote. I don't know. You know about like the whole church ages thing, right? Like the whole church ages idea, and like Revelation.
Sure.
Yeah, like the seven churches themselves are like prophetic or whatever.
Yeah. Like each one of them.
I was like, yeah, I'm not like, I don't have like a fully fleshed out, view on this. I was
You
kind
don't,
of staunchly opposed to it for a while.
you don't have
Because it just seemed kind of like, my reasoning on it was kind of like, well, I don't know how you'd really prove it. It sounds kind of arbitrary. It's kind of like, how would you, But I was reading Uriah Smith's book, and I don't know. He makes a few points that, like, I think, a couple of them could be, I guess, like from a preterist standpoint, I suppose, like a couple of them could easily be disputed by preterists, right? So, like, because he would say things like, well, the prophecies, extended beyond the first century, for example. Like, obviously, a preterist would disagree with that. But I don't know, he gave a few different reasons for why he doesn't think that it's just talking about like the immediate first century 7 churches. And I did find it kind of interesting. Like he kind of piqued my interest on the subject. So I'm not like 100% there yet, but I found the arguments kind of interesting. Do you want to hear some of them?
I'm down. I mean, I ain't got nothing but time, though.
Yeah, I think there's these might be interesting. Like, it might be interesting just to hear you kind of interact with, I guess, your
Either
thoughts
way,
on
they'll
it.
be recorded for the very few souls who pay attention.
Yeah, right, right. They're probably not even going to make it this far, but who knows? Let's see here. One second. I want to pick one here that like isn't just like going to obviously be shot down because you're a predator. Like, let's see.
I'm gonna hold my tongue.
Yeah. Okay. Like, so here's like a good example, right? Like, now this might have to do. See, like I said, I can picture hypothetical rebuttals, but like, so one of the first points he makes, though, right? So he says the entire book of Revelation, in Revelation 1:3, 1:11, 1:19, etc., right, was dedicated to the 7 churches. Now, obviously, you would agree with that, right? Like, we would both agree with that, right? Like, the entire book. It's technically speaking, the entire book is written to these
I
7
have
churches.
no problem with that.
Right. But then he says, but the book was no more applicable to them than to other Christians in Asia Minor. For instance, who dwelt in Pontus, Galatia, Cappadocia, Bithynia, who are addressed in 1 Peter 1:1, or the Christians of Colossae, Troas, Miletus, in the very midst of the churches named. Right. So, like, he talks about how. And then he also says that, there were other churches in Asia Minor, in other words, besides 7. Like, there were several other churches.
But like,
Besides, and yet the whole book is technically speaking, it's technically dedicated to those 7 churches. But we know that other churches, and like even from a preterist view, I think this would be applicable, right? Like, other churches in Asia were going to be affected by like the persecutions and stuff, right? Because like they're right next to these 7 churches, right? Like, why the hell would only
Why
these
those?
7 be affected, but then like Colossae, it's fine. Like Colossae and Troas, they're not being affected at all. You know what I mean?
Well,
So,
yeah. See, yeah, it all depends. But there are verses where it says like, if y'all churches or whatever don't like do what you're supposed to do, like I'm gonna come snuff your candle out or whatever. And so,
yeah,
like, I always took that as like the Roman army could come this way, that way, or this way, and depending on what y'all do, determines which way they're gonna go. So, like, if you're
yeah,
gonna be like, oh yeah, like screw Rome, like we're total, you're gonna get
yeah.
murdered by the Romans, and they're gonna kill you. But if you were like,
Well,
oh no, I
yeah,
believe in Jesus, like I don't know what these crazy Jews are talking about, they'd be like, all right, get out of our way. We need to
right,
find you.
right.
Where are the Jews? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you feel me? That's how it was like
Right.
70 AD.
Sure. So anyway, I mean, that's a starting point. That's kind of a basic one, but I think like from my perspective, anyway, I can see that kind of making sense because it might hint, like, it's not a super strong argument, but I feel like it might hint at the idea that maybe there's something more going on with these 7 churches than
Fair enough.
just 7. Yeah, because that's a good point, right? Like other churches in Asia existed and would have been hypothetically affected even in the first century persecution. Okay, next. I'll skip over his second point for right now, because his second point is basically just that like the prophecies extended beyond John's day, and that's obviously debatable. So,
Give us your most solid points, if you will.
yeah, of course, sure. Oh yeah, this one I think is probably the most like obvious arguments. The 10-day tribulation in what is that? I think it's in Revelation 2:10, right? Yeah. Okay. So this is just fucking bizarre in my opinion. like this one, like, and this is also important too because this kind of relates to like the day-year principle and stuff like that. But so like in Revelation 2:10, right? It says, "Fear none of those things which you are about to suffer. Behold, the devil is about to cast some of you into prison that you may be tried, and you will have tribulation for 10 days. Be faithful unto death, and I'll give you the crown of life." The argument Uriah Smith gives here, this is what he says. So he says in his book, he says, as this message is prophetic, the time mentioned in it must be regarded as prophetic, which would denote 10 years, blah, blah, blah. Sorry, let me skip down. Okay, yeah, and then he says, it would be difficult to make an application of this language on the ground that these messages are not prophetic. For in that case, only 10 literal days would be meant, and it would not seem probable that a persecution of only 10 days on only a single church would be made a matter of prophecy. Again, apply this persecution to any of the notable persecutions of that period, and how could it be spoken of as the fate of one church alone? All the churches suffered in them, and where then would be the propriety of singling out one to the exclusion of the rest? So he's basically saying, like, it's kind of weird if Jesus is like singling out one specific church that's only going to suffer for like 10 literal days. You know, like that's weird. Like if this is only talking about, if this is meant to be taken in like a strict literal fashion, like why? You know what I mean? Like, because again, there are other churches in Asia, they were going to suffer too. And then why would he say 10 literal days? Like you're going to suffer persecution for just 10 days, this one specific church in Smyrna. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of weird, right? Like
Well, it is kind of weird, but if you consider what was happening at the time, aka the Roman armies coming through, again, if you said the wrong thing to the Roman officials that came through and questioned you, you know, you said the wrong thing, you're getting murked right there on the spot, or whatever they said they were going to do. But otherwise, if you said the like, if you said the right thing, rather, you said like, oh no, I believe in Jesus, not that whatever the hell they're talking about. You know, maybe they'd be like, all right, screw you, like let's go on to the next guy. We need to find these Jewish rebels. You know what I'm saying?
well, in the context, he's talking about synagogue. He mentions like the synagogue of Satan. Like, do you have an opinion on that? Because
Right.
that might have relevance to what you're talking about.
Satan, synagogue of the adversary. Who's the adversary? Anybody who's talking any kind of thing that's not Jesus, right? They're the adversary.
Well, what about the? I know, but who do you think the synagogue? I know we know what Satan means, so I'm just saying, what do you think the synagogue of the adversary is?
The synagogue of all the people that were against, and you know that's what it is.
Do you think it has to do with like the Jews or something, or like apostate Jews?
Of course it does. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's those people back in the day. Nothing to do with today, but back in the day.
In the context, then the devil that will cast them into prison, like the synagogue.
Slanderer.
Yes. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the slanderer. It sounds like it's talking about the same thing as the synagogue of the adversary, right?
Which is exactly what they were doing to Jesus. They were like, "You're not the Son of God." Like, bro. Like, so
well,
that's
no, we're talking about the church. Though. I'm talking about the church. I'm saying like it sounds like under your interpretation, this would be talking more about like the Jews specifically.
Yeah,
like they would be slandering them, getting
the adversary. Who else would the adversary be? Those were the ones that were.
So they were doing that a lot. Like even in the book of Acts, and like even in Peter mentions that, right, when he talks about your adversary, the devil, is well known. Your adversary.
Yeah, there's also verses where it says like you should love your woman and do like whatever to her, like whatever, but you know, just so that like the adversary won't come in. Like who would the adversary be? It says,
Yeah,
hey,
like the false accusers.
it's
Yeah,
sitting there.
so like it still kind of comes back to the same issue.
Got her.
It still comes back to like the same issue then, right? So it's kind of like so in this instance, it's hypothetically talking about like apostate Jews that were trying to get the early churches in trouble.
Sure.
They were doing that to more than just the church in Smyrna, like all the churches. Like, because keep in mind, Peter is writing to a ton of churches
Yeah.
in a bunch of different places, and he tells them your adversary, the devil, is roaming around, talking about those like apostate persecuting Jews, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like the same problem. Like, it's weird. Like, why is he only telling that to Smyrna? Like why is he telling Smyrna?
Because
gonna have
these were the ones they were like, oh, they were telling Rome, they're over there. They were like, hey, like look at this guy, he's doing this. So if you didn't do a certain thing, like they would get you unless you all
Yeah, they were doing that to all the churches. That's the thing. Like it wasn't just
all the
Smyrna. And why
churches.
did
Well,
it
how
only
many
say 10
churches
days?
were there? Why only 7? Why are there only 7?
And why? Yeah, that's the point. Is like, and why does it say only 10 days too? Like, it's just a weird thing to single out, like the single
They're in a
church.
they are a very small part. But I could also see how the Roman armies went right through there. Didn't have the right opinion.
Like during the Jewish Roman War or something.
I'm just saying where he said he could take away a
Actually,
candle.
you know what? That doesn't even really make a lot of sense either, does it?
You
Because
could take away your candle. Like he's going.
no, hold on. Look, hear me out though. Like that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense either. Because if this is talking about 66 to 70 A.D., right? Because the Jews were fighting with the Romans at that time.
Okay, so why isn't okay?
Well, because we established in Revelation 2:9-10, the synagogue of Satan, the synagogue of the adversary, right, is talking about like those persecuting Jews from your perspective, and they would get them in trouble by like slandering them and then telling the Roman authorities, right?
Right.
But if this is talking about what's going to happen from 66 to 70 A.D., that doesn't make any sense because the Jews were at war with the Romans at that time. They're not going to be like going to the Romans and get them in trouble.
It does make sense because if you said the right thing to the Romans, you got a free pass. But if you didn't say the right thing, you got murked. That's why he was saying,
but the Jews
if you don't follow, right? That's why he was telling the churches, like, if you don't follow what I said, like, y'all are gonna get murked.
for 10 days.
I will snuff out your candle. Is like, if you don't say a certain thing, if you don't go a certain way, like, you're gonna get murked.
Yeah, but I'm saying like that doesn't make sense because the Jews were at war with the Romans. They're not going to like be siding with the Romans to get Christians in trouble, right? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Guess I'm not.
like if that's either. Sorry, what?
No, I don't get what you're saying.
Okay, look. Well, okay. So we established in Revelation 2, the synagogue of Satan. That's talking about like bad Jews, right? Like Jews that are persecuting Christians, right?
Sure.
Okay. Now, presumably, from the perspective when this was written, anyway, it was somewhat in the near future for the first century churches, right? So he's telling them the devil's about to cast you into prison, right? And that devil, that accuser, is talking about the Jews, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now I'm saying, and they would get them in trouble by telling the Romans and getting them thrown into prison and stuff. Okay. What I'm saying is, according to the time frame that I'm pretty sure you're suggesting, though, for like when these things were happening, right? Like 66 to 70 AD. But during the Jewish-Roman War, right? The Jews wouldn't have been doing that because they were fighting the Romans. They're not going to be like going to the Romans to get Christians in trouble. They're slaughtering each other. In fact, most of the Jews were like stuck in Jerusalem anyway, right? I mean, granted, there were Jews in Asia, but they weren't like friendly towards the Romans at that point in time because the Romans were killing their kinsmen.
Oh. Yeah, so my phone died.
Oh.
So I only heard the last part of that briefly, but either way.
I'm saying it doesn't make any sense for this prophecy to be talking about like of persecuting Jews, telling the Romans like lies about Christians to get them in trouble. If this was taking place from 66 to 70 AD, because during that time the Jews were not being friendly towards the Romans, they were slaughtering each other. Like the Romans were slaughtering their kinsmen. They're not going to go to the Romans to get the Christians in trouble.
Well, no, see, that's the thing. Like, if you weren't part of the rebellion, like, oh, so you're telling me, Christian person, that the rebellion is actually from the Jews who are being zealous of it. Like, you see how it could get a little foggy.
I guess, man. That just sounds kind of,
I mean, you really have to put yourself like back in there. Like, you have to watch like documentaries or something about like
Dude,
back in
I've
then.
I've literally watched documentaries on
You
this.
watch
I
like
know.
movies where like the people like get all into acting of like how they think people used to act back then. Right? You have to, right?
Well, and then the other point too is what's the point of the 10 days? Because you're saying if you're okay, well,
okay,
then.
10 days. I mean, I don't know.
Like the Jews are going to persecute Christians and throw them in a jail for 10 days. Like it's just a weird view. Like, you know,
again, what is 10 days? Like, I throw you in 10 days. Like, what does 10 days mean? Like, I don't know. 2,000 years ago, we're talking about like, you know, like if you told somebody like, yeah, just text me. You told somebody that like 3,000 years ago, you'd be like, just text me. They'd be like, the fuck? Right?
Oh my god, dude.
Right?
Well, I think it's 10 prophetic days, right? So it would be 10 years. It's a 10-year trial that the churches in Asia during that period we're going to go through. I think it's talking about the persecution they went through under Diocletian. But,
Diocletian, okay.
yeah, the Diocletianic persecution lasted for 10 years, from 303 to 313.
Oh, isn't that interesting? That's good.
Pretty interesting, yeah.
I'll have to keep
But
that.
anyway, okay, so we made that objection. I think that's one of the strongest objections to that view, though, because yeah, like you got to come up with some explanation for why he's singling out this one church and why he's saying they're only going to have persecution for 10 literal days. Like that, just to me, that's just it's obvious. Like it's like it's just not. It's literally not trying to be literal at that point. Like the Book of Revelation is trying to be. It's trying to tell you there's something prophetic going on here.
Fair enough. We have to look at it again then. Maybe next time.
Yeah, sure. I mean, well, and dude, you have other stuff like that, like in these letters. Like you've got like, well, I don't know. I mean, even like he says some weird stuff in the epistles, man. Like he talks about like Jezebel. Like he just says like, oh yeah, that woman Jezebel is among you. Like, is he talking about is Jezebel still alive? It's like I don't, or is there something symbolic going on there? Stuff like that. I don't know. Anyway,
well, yeah, there's definitely something maybe spiritual going on, but in order for you to know in the first place who or what a Jezebel is, you have to know who the frig Jezebel was in the first place.
Right, yeah. Exactly. I agree.
But yeah, definitely write all these things in your copybook. We can definitely do it next time. But I think it's definitely probably almost time to go to bed. What do you think?
That's fine with me.
Very, very long hangout. And we're probably running out of space on the cloud, which...
Yeah, it's good though. No, it's good. Like, this is a good comeback for me, So,
yeah, dude, I'm glad you came back. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I'll be sure to hopefully.
But I'll be sure to send you a couple links on the Discord. And you likewise send me a couple links,
Yeah, I'm gonna just bombard you with links.
Yeah, definitely. I have nothing better to do, literally.
Yeah, cool. Sounds good. All right, man. Cool. Thanks for talking. Have a good night.
Indeed. Stay safe. Stay well.
You too.
Night-night.